Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. I see you, James. First one on, first comment of the day. Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Hey, I see you all consistent. Good morning. Good morning. Talking about James always early. Yeah, James done had the first comment like 2, 3 days in a row.
Good morning, James. Come on, get up bright and early with us.
Right, exactly. Good morning, Miss Simone.
Good morning, Miss Jody.
How you doing today?
Today's a good day. Today's a great day, actually. I feel it.
Good,
Mm.
good. I know that's right. I know that. Don't mind the ghetto behind me.
I was like, we're in live production. Okay.
I know because we got special security things we got to do for the lieutenant governor. So it's going to require us to be in the ghetto for a little while.
No, this is what happens when you're official. Okay. You got special secret service people coming. We're gonna be a little ghetto, but we're gonna be a little official too.
I know it's crazy. It's crazy.
Really, I have to just get a studio, like set up shop, have HeartSmiles TV. What do you
Yo,
think? I think it's time.
I ain't even going to tell you who already mentioned something like that. And I'm just like, hold on.
Need somebody with some money. Okay.
Yeah.
So they can fund.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
awesome. Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, man, we in the ghetto today, y'all. So
Okay, we use
forgive me. Good morning, Cam.
Good morning, heartbeats. How are y'all feeling this morning? It's Wednesday,
I know.
another day.
Another day, man. And you know what? I really appreciate your session yesterday because it gave me my inspiration for Thriving Thursday, for what I'm going to talk about on Thriving Thursday.
Yay!
So on Thriving Thursday, I'm going to talk about public speaking.
I'm so ready. Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah. Let's
yeah.
get it
I'm gonna
popping.
give I'm gonna give all my best tips. I'm gonna
Yes.
give all my best advice, everything that I've learned through reading and studying other people, and then also things that I just learned from experience. I'm gonna do all that.
Oh, this is good. Miss John, I love because we really can't afford you. We really be getting the jewels for free. I'm like, thank you, Jesus, that she has a compassionate heart. Because all y'all would have to get your coins together, including me. We have to do a GoFundMe to get a session.
Not to go fund me though.
People love a GoFundMe. I'm like,
Yo,
y'all
I
think
hate a GoFundMe, yo.
people always. I'm like, this story better be good. Well, I just like click on it. I'm like, let's see what this is for.
It's crazy. Yeah, Cam said winning Wednesdays. Absolutely. James said he's feeling wonderful. Cam said she feeling good.
Yes, 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 yes. That's what I like to
That's what I'm
hear.
talking about. That's what I'm talking. What we talked about today? I know we got a special guest. What about faves?
We got part two of hardcore on today. I'm really, really, really excited because last session she just showed up and showed out and
She
just
did.
spoke from her heart. And I feel like, I can't get enough of it. I tell you, being authentic, vulnerable, real, it makes an impact and it inspires others to know that they can, press on and get through. So one of the main things I liked about Corey's talk was not only that she was vulnerable and told her story, but she gave practical tips of like what she does to overcome some of those
Mhm.
dark times of depression. And I feel like that's so good because I always like want to make sure y'all leave with something like, sorry, this stupid email. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. They hitting you up.
I always want to make sure that y'all leave with something like tangible that you can take away that you can use in your everyday life. So we're going to talk about some more of those practical tips, some more stories, whatever Corey wants to share too. I told her this is your show. I'm just here to facilitate today. But I did want to show you guys these positive affirmations that I found online, and it's so good. It's like positive affirmations for when you want to give up, when you feel lonely, when you feel like you can't make it through the day, when your people or when people you love aren't supporting your dreams, like just
Mm.
positive things that you can speak over yourself. Because I know sometimes we say, like, have a positive mind, be that, but how, Miss Simone, where do I get that from? So I wanted to give you guys some already made sentences that you can write down, put on your wall, type up. I can share the link too, because it has a lot of different ones that you can say over yourself. Because I know it sounds corny, but it's real. When you start speaking
Mm.
that stuff over your life and your atmosphere, it changes the game. Nobody can, it's like a bulletproof helmet for your mind. So,
Yeah, that's manifestation right there.
the,
Speaking it into existence.
yes, you have to.
You got to.
Y'all, it sounds like a little weird at first, but it's so real. When I made my first ever vision board, I feel like my life started leveling up because you just see it every day. When you start speaking those things over yourself, anything that tries to tell you otherwise, you're like, wait, no, that doesn't sound like what I've been saying. Like, this isn't for me. And like, it just really fills you up. And like you said, manifest it. So, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Man, I said I was going to see a meal before I knew what it looked like in the bank account. I already claimed it. Get like a few years before, like I just already thought it, already knew it, was already speaking that on my life.
That's
You
so,
got to.
you really do, y'all, because like the more you say it, I don't know, it just I feel like it just happens. And it's like, how do you stay positive? How do you do it? This is how you do it. This is how you
Yeah.
see your visions and your dreams, and you get it out of your head and you say it out loud, and hopefully people hear it and they remember it and they can encourage you to keep going on those days when you don't feel like going. And the article, I like how it starts off, because it's like, she was mad when she first found out about positive act, because she was like, how come I never heard of this before? Like, how come our culture doesn't teach us to like speak things, positive things? Like, you can turn left and right and find a whole bunch of negative going on in the world. I love the news because it keeps us informed, but at the same time, it's always so negative. And like, you wake up and the music that you listen to, depending on if you're exposed to some like positive things, that's a little like, gotta die, gotta fight, gotta.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
when are you supposed to get the love and
Yeah.
the
Yo, that's
encouragement?
what sells. That's what sells, and that's what get the attention. Man, I guarantee if I made a post, oh, Miss Simone on here twerking, we had 500 people on this live.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, 500 people on the live. But
Please
but Miss Simone out here giving out these affirmations. Where y'all at? No,
do,
I'm trying to tell you.
do a strong maybe
The
wow,
drama
that really
sells.
is a shame. That is just ghetto.
The drama sells. The drama sells, man. The drama sells. Good
It's
morning, Q. I see you. I see you. Yeah. Cam
tomorrow.
said share the link.
Oh yeah, for sure, for
Share
sure.
the link.
I'm
And she
gonna.
need to order a mirror to put her affirmations on.
Yes, that's so
Yeah.
good, Cam.
Good morning, Ma. I'm so proud of Ma.
Tell me more.
Yo, you can't help but to be. Yo, I posted something. It was like almost midnight. I wasn't really expecting nobody to get up because I'm like, you know what? With this lieutenant governor coming, like this is like uh not once in a lifetime, but it's a very rare opportunity to engage with somebody on that status. And I'm like, you know what? Even though we got these technical challenges, I need for a young person to be directly engaged. So I put up a post saying that I was looking for two people
Yeah.
to hold the conversation with him. And the only requirement was that you got to be regular success session kids. Because I got to trust that you know what you're doing. And I'm not about to micromanage the situation. I want to be able to let you go.
Exactly.
So he replied like almost immediately. And
Yeah.
as of right now, yeah, as of right now, he going in solo. Yeah. So if anybody is interested, like he already got the questions and everything lined up because we only have like 20 minutes of his time. So
Mhm.
like that's how tight it's going to be. So he already got questions and stuff like that. But if anybody who's on now, if you're interested in joining him, then reach out to Miss Mo and we'll make sure that you get the link because it's going to be on something separate. That's why I got the ghetto behind me. So
Miss Joni, it's okay. It actually looks kind of, it's like I can see your side profile. It's really nice. Like,
Can you see it clearly?
yeah, it looks good. I
You
feel like
can.
we're in the studio or something.
Okay, because that's the screen that he's going to be on. So
Okay.
unfortunately, he won't be on like how you on and hardcore and him on. He's going to have to be on this screen. So y'all going to have to watch him from this screen, and I'm going to have the audio right here on my other laptop for them to be able to hear him. So, but man, yeah, but Mark came through.
I'm
Oh
really
yeah, Lene said she would have did it, but she got class. You right, Lene. Lene was on it. She was actually up doing her homework and stuff like that at like midnight. So I'm like, okay, get your work done. Get your work done.
okay. I'm so proud of y'all because I know this online learning is different. It's hard. I've been hearing that they're giving y'all more work than y'all would even usually do in a regular school day. And y'all
Mm-hmm.
staying on success sessions, getting your work done, showing up for opportunities. So we see you, we're proud of you, and we're here to help. And if you're not
Yeah,
doing it, get it together because other heartbeats are doing it.
as absolutely, yeah. Oh, and Cam said she would have been on too, but she got to prepare for the town hall. It's
Okay.
cool. It's cool. It's cool. Good
Amen.
morning, Lamar. Good
Hey,
morning.
Lamar. Hey, hardcore.
Yeah, hardcore.
No, it's okay. I know these technical
It's
difficulties
coming.
be trying to every time we have something good to say, they be trying to
Every
hold
that it be nothing but the devil, y'all.
on.
It be nothing but the devil.
Hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Yeah.
here we go.
Oh my gosh, that was frustrating me so bad.
I know.
Hardcore.
You
Good
look
morning. Good morning.
Good
How,
morning.
how's everybody feeling? I can't see the comments because my internet messing up. So yeah.
That's all right. You in the ghetto. We got
we're all in the ghetto.
What did I miss? Did I just miss the good mornings or?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ain't missed nothing. We were just kind of waiting for you. We were talking about how we in the ghetto. Don't mind the ghetto behind me. We got the lieutenant governor coming today, and he need his whole situation. So he gonna be right there.
Yeah.
I guess that's what's up.
I told Miss Joni it looks like we're in like a production studio when you can see like
Yeah, it definitely does.
this is nice. This is nice.
She looked definitely official. That's all it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Y'all crazy. Don't be trying to gas me up. Over here in the straight ghetto hood. Shout out to Miss Mo for testing all this crap with me. We was testing and making sure that you could hear and the audio was right, video was straight, all that, man.
Yeah, dedication. That's what's up. That's what's up.
The mess.
By the time we're done, everyone's gonna get a minor certificate in IT and connection. Wi-Fi.
Right?
This is too much.
I had to troubleshoot my own Wi-Fi just now. I was so upset.
I'm looking stuff. I'm like, I didn't sign up for this. It's just supposed to work.
I know.
Yeah, you definitely have to have patience on this though, because it was just, I was looking at the time. I'm like, oh my God, I'm losing minutes trying to figure this out. It was a lot.
Terrible.
But,
We made it. We just
hey, Dr. Nina, good morning. Hey, y'all better make sure y'all connect with Dr. Nina, y'all.
Awesome. Yes. Hi, Dr.
Yeah, she's doing
Good
amazing
morning.
work. Huh?
No, I was saying good morning.
Oh, yeah. She's doing amazing work and opening up opportunities for young people to be leaders.
That's great.
So, yeah, it's definitely good.
Yeah.
Even on a success session. Hi, Dr.
Yeah, you heard that, Dr. Nina? Yeah, come on out to the session.
Most definitely.
Yeah, she cool. She cool. Not a lot of people, when they say they want youth voice and youth power, a lot of people don't mean it. She really mean it. Like, and compensating young people for their efforts too. James can testify and Stinker, because they worked with her on just starting to work with her, but yeah, they've been working with her. Real good.
That's dope. It's not a lot of people that actually mean what they say, and that's definitely dope that she giving people opportunities, especially the youth. A lot of people don't want to hear that voice. That's what's up. That is what's up, man. But y'all ready to talk about what we came here for?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Together.
All right. So Miss Simone, I wanted to switch it up a little bit because I feel like it is helpful to talk about it. But I want to talk about how to communicate when you are having a little episode with mental health, and how to be able to communicate it enough to where so people can understand, where so they can try to help. You know what I'm saying? So you don't transfer your energy onto them and it just makes it worse. So I recently experienced it. So it was just I kept saying nothing was wrong, but it was really a lot going on in my head, and I just didn't know how to communicate it because I didn't want to feel vulnerable. I didn't want to feel weak, and I felt like when I do go through those type of phases or episodes, I do feel like if I talk to someone about it, sometimes I am a burden. But if you just say that I don't want to talk about it right now, or I don't understand how I'm feeling right now, but can I just sit here and with you and then be cool? That's the best way to handle it. Instead of saying that nothing's wrong, when clearly something's wrong, instead of transferring that energy onto the other person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's really
Yeah. I also wanted to talk about the affirmations. I was reading some that you sent me. So can you pull them up?
yeah.
So
Let me do that.
yeah. But it was definitely one that I really enjoyed. It was something was like, my light is bright for the world, or something like that. It was really good. I really cannot.
See.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Okay, sorry. Let me zoom in. How about now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I really like I focus on breathing and grounding myself. I feel like that is a big one. When I was working with John Hopkins, when I was being a mentor for the rap, I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with that, but it was this thing where it's though like we count down to 10 and we kind of like take control of our self and our mental. So it's like you close your eyes and you just relax and you count down to 10. It's basically asking, and then at the end of it, we ask how much control do you feel over the situation, how better do you feel, and everything. So I feel like focus on breathing and grounding myself is like a really good one, because your mind can easily just spiral instead of just trying to grab control of it. I definitely like that one. Following my intuition and my heart keeps me safe and sound. That is a really good one. But for me, I know it's hard because sometimes I don't like the devil, you know? So it's like, don't you know how they tell you bad thoughts? For me, my bad thoughts sound like my voice. So it's hard for me to dictate myself from like the bad thoughts. So following your intuition and my heart keeps me safe and sound, that's definitely dope. But for me, it takes me the time to dictate to which one. But if you can most definitely identify right off the bat which one is bad and which one is good, I definitely support that one too.
Good.
I made the right choices every time. I don't always make the right choices every time, but take your time when you are making choices, because that way you get to think about the long term of your choices, the consequences, and everything. Don't just think about right then and there, because when you are dealing with an episode, don't just move. You have to think and move, because when you just move, you can affect yourself in the long run. You can make it even worse. All right. I know for me, when I try to drain myself out of an episode, I usually probably take a nap, which is not the best way to do it, but it helps because it makes me escape what I'm thinking or how I'm feeling. And then when I wake back up, I probably still feel that way. So I just get in the shower, or I try to write. I try to do stuff that like take my mind off of things. A lot of people say stay busy, but after you're done being busy, you still have those thoughts. So I feel like sometimes you do have to like deal with those thoughts straight on. I do recommend writing down how you feel and then looking back on it. I have this thing on my phone where it's like actually tracks my mood, and I try to identify what is like what's causing my mood to feel this way and this way. But it's every day. I feel like I should do it every day. It's called Calm. I do recommend it. It gives you affirmations. It checks how you feeling, and you can write notes onto why you feel this way and everything. And that way you can see what's triggering you throughout the week. So that way, okay, this, that, and third, I want to stay away from this because this is making me feel this way, you know?
Mhm.
Any questions?
Oh, that was great, Corey. And I love this because I feel like a lot of the times people who don't understand mental health and depression, they're always like, well, can't you just feel better? Like get up, like,
Yeah,
and it's like so many things you have to do, so many barriers that are stopping you to get you to feel better. So I feel like, it just makes me really happy and proud to hear that like we need to support people and not be trying to always try to figure out what they can do, but like ask them, how can we support you? And know that 9 times out of 10, they are trying. Like, I don't think people just want to be depressed.
yeah. I mean, also sometimes it's all of because sometimes it could be in a matter of fact of like, do I really want to try to get out of this depression? You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to just be stuck there for a minute, but like when you actually try, it's harder to fight those thoughts in your head or to fight how you're feeling. So it's basically up to the person majority of the time, but sometimes you really cannot control it. What I can say, definitely when you was talking about yesterday about communication and tone and energy, definitely watch out for that when you're talking to someone that's dealing with it. Especially when they say they don't know how they feeling and everything. Don't be like, well, why you don't know? Da, da, da. That's just gonna make a person be more standoffish. Don't even want to tell you nothing. You know what I'm saying? Try to be more open and be cautious what you say and how you're saying it. Because you could say something that's not harmful at all, but how you say it can make me shut down. You know what I'm saying? Or cause anxiety or anything.
Absolutely.
Um, anything else? I felt like I had like a whole agenda, but the Wi-Fi thing just messed me all the way up.
So you're doing great.
Thank you. Uh, let me find this.
Yeah, we can go through some more of the affirmations, like just kind of go through the general ones. And then if anything sticks out or if your point comes to you, you just stop me. You want to do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So these are some affirmations you can say when you feel insignificant. I'm a unique child of this world. I have as much brightness to offer the world as the next person. I matter, and what I have to offer to this world also matters.
I feel like that's a really important one.
Talk on it.
I matter and what I have to offer to this world also matters. I feel like that is a really important one because a lot of people don't understand how important they are to this earth or their purpose. You know what I'm saying? And when they feeling that way, they just feel like, I just want to be in heaven. A lot of stuff like that, like forget it. But no, like you have a light that people need to see. I understand that you do have a bad day, but like you were saying, like you gotta prepare for the bad days. You can prepare for this. All right, you got a bad day. We got some niggas go stand around in the dark and relax for a while, but then come back out and come back stepping harder than what you was before because you really do matter. Everyone matters. It's all about you actually fulfilling your potential and actually contributing to your life. Because nobody gonna see your light if you just don't even focus on you. Self care is definitely a big one too. Um, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I like that one. Okay, so everybody write that one down. What you matter and what you have to offer to this world also matters. That's key. Say it over yourself every single day, every minute, every
Say
hour.
it in the mirror and just like keep saying it till you believe it. Because a lot of times, sometimes you just need to stand in the mirror to remind yourself who you are.
Exactly. I love that. Okay, so these ones are when you feel nervous or afraid. I trust my inner wisdom and my intuition. I breathe in calmness and breathe out nervousness.
I like that one.
Yeah, I breathe in calmness and breathe out nervousness. That's
Man, people, I would try that, like actually breathe in and breathe out and say that as I'm doing it, so that way I can actually feel it.
yeah, like in your body.
Yeah,
That's great. Okay, this situation works out for my highest good and wonderful things unfold before me.
I like that one too because it sounds like you kind of manifesting. I'm a big firm believer in manifesting your reality and your dreams.
Mhm.
Wonderful things unfold before me. I feel like that's a beautiful statement because the more you speak positive, the more positive you see. The more you speak negative, the more negative you receive.
Exactly. It's like what you attract, what you put out.
Yeah. It's like the universe gonna give you right back what you just handed out. So be cautious of what you're doing and your energy.
Yeah.
Let it be genuine.
Absolutely. And I was gonna say it's kind of like it's like the more you talk about negative things, it's like you look for it, because you're already in that mind. But if you talk about positive, you're always looking for the positive. So I feel like that kind of goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
All right. When you are angry, I forgive myself for all the mistakes I have made. I let go.
That's a good one.
Talk on.
I feel like everybody you saying, I just talking.
No,
But
I
I feel
love
like
it.
that's a really good one though, because a lot of people always forget to forgive themselves. I know for me, I always forget to forgive myself, but I always forget the other person in that situation or this and the third. In reality, I'm still carrying on the anger that I put myself through instead of actually sitting there and forgiving myself. I'm in the process of still doing that. So what do you recommend of like how to actually forgive yourself? Because I can say it, but not actually really mean it. So what do you recommend?
That's a good one because it's so true. Like we are just so hard on ourselves. We are our hardest critics. Like even when you have someone that you mean to, like I remember I heard somebody say, "Don't say anything to yourself that you wouldn't tell someone you love." And I was like, wow, that's true. Like, and it made me sit back and think, like, man, sometimes I am just mean to myself. I'm out
Right.
here being so nice to people, asking them how they're doing, all this stuff. And then I come home and I'm just like tearing myself up. So it's like just remembering to like breathe. You are human. Nobody is perfect. Like every day is a new day to start forward. You are not your past. You are your present. Trying to focus on the present. I feel like that one is so key to forgiving yourself, reminding yourself that each day is a new day and what am I going to do with this? Because the past helps you to like, remember what you've been through, who you are today, and you don't want to make the same mistakes. And the future is good, so you have a vision going forward, but you also don't want to get like too, because then I know that makes some people anxious, like always worried about tomorrow, and what and what should have happened, but you need to focus on today. So I feel like that kind of helps me to remind myself to forgive myself, be present for today. Simone, what can I do today? What you did tomorrow is tomorrow.
Right.
With it. If you need to apologize, if you need to do anything, but today, what are we gonna do to love on ourselves, to love others?
I like that. I really do like that. I also do recommend to count your little steps. I feel like every step's matter. So you're just getting out of bed when you don't really want to. That's a step because you really got to this quarantine right now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a step. Like congratulate yourself for that because a lot of people are struggling just to get out of bed, but you just hopped out the bed like it was nothing. Yeah. Like that's really a step. All steps matter.
Yes.
And write them down just in case you forget. Like when you be hard on yourself. Like when you be hard on yourself, you go through an episode, go through a little book, and like read all the things you did. You like something so simple, it means something so big.
Yes, Corey, you hit the nail on the cock because I'm a believer in making a schedule.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, but I do. No, for real. No, being organized do help you though. It really does. Like I'm very unorganized, but I'm like training myself to become organized. Like I did my phone, like cleansing your phone and disorganized stuff, it makes me feel better. So hopefully that makes you guys feel better. It's just like you know where everything is now. You don't have to search for nothing. And I feel like when you organize, you just go right to where you need to be and then you're done. Absolutely. Organize do helps you.
And it also sorry.
Got a question.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, can I just say this really quick?
Quick. Yeah.
The schedule also helps you because it helps you to look back on your day and be like, wow, I really did accomplish a lot today.
Right.
We on ourselves like, man, but like if you set your goals out for the day and you accomplish them, it's that positive affirmation to yourself. And like I make a checklist so I like can check things on and it really fills me up. Like you said, I have breakfast. Ooh, I ate. Go Simone. Right. I got a session. Yes, go so like I don't have to positive affirmation myself all the time. So it's like a good
to.
Yeah.
You have to be your biggest supporter because if not, you're gonna be your biggest hater.
That's
yeah. Cam said, if you have a friend that is always standoffish, should you try to be patient and check on them sometimes? Or what would you do in that situation?
I actually have a friend like that, and like they, like they're like super negative. They've been negative since I known them, and it's just don't want to talk about mental health or how they feeling at all. It's just like nothing but negativity. When I went to school with them, I was extra patient with them. I tried to talk to them. I tried to see what can help them to be better. And then like as I got older, I just realized that's how that person is. I'm a firm believer in like religion, so I pray for all my loved ones. So I pray over her, but it's just like a lot of things I can't associate myself with her with. I can't associate just sitting there being negative instead of like changing my situation that we're being negative about. I can't do that. Um, it's sometimes you just gotta leave people where they at until they find themselves so they can catch up with you.
Yes.
Hey, can I add one more thing to that real quick?
Yeah.
Sometimes people might think that they catching up or that they speeding past you. You gonna catch back up with them when they crash and burn and you walking past them like, oh, how'd that work out for you?
Yes.
Seen it too many times.
Yeah.
Seen it too many times. You think you flying past me, you think that you doing better and all that. First of all, this ain't no competition because I don't
It's
put myself in
not.
any competition. It's never a competition. That's your first mistake. Thought that you was competing against me. And then the second mistake, for real. And then the second mistake was you blowing past all your blessings and going so fast and going so blindly that you don't even realize all you're doing is crashing faster into the wall.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's when you see people when they all broke and hurt up. Oh, can you help me out now? Really ain't even got the time now. You was barely affording me then. You really can't afford me now.
Yeah. But I know for me, like a lot of my older friends that I had for a longer time, the only reason that I still be with them is because of loyalty. But it's because they're so comfortable in their selfish, stuck-up ways. Like I be trying to tell them to come on to this or come out to HeartSmiles when we could go outside, but they were like, "Nah, I'm good." Like you just wanted to be stuck, so it's just like that's the only thing that holds me friends with them is loyalty. Other than that, I probably wouldn't be friends with them no more because they still got that mindset from when I was younger. When I'm trying to grow, you're supposed to surround yourself with better people and everything, which means like I feel like you should. But if you like loyal to someone, I feel like you could probably check up on them all the time and see how they're doing. But that don't necessarily mean that you have to cut them as a friend. I feel like sometimes sometimes when they do break down, like my friends, they come to me and talk to me, and I do help them during that time. But that's a very rare time when they break down, want to talk about like how can they be better in this, that, and third. But sometimes you just gotta wait for them to just break that wall of like wanting to do better for themselves. So I mean,
Yeah, I know that's
I
right.
don't know.
Hey y'all, can I give a quick shout out real quick?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Tasha, she is on this live right now. I don't think most of y'all know who Tasha is. She's in another youth leadership class that I teach on Tuesdays with Dr. Nina. Y'all, it must have been at least a good 2 or 3 times, right, where I gave them an easy $100 challenge. Y'all know I do that with y'all all the time. I gave them an easy $100 challenge and was like, just tell me what one of my jewels was. The only like situation was that it couldn't be the current one for today.
Yeah.
Nobody ever got it. Tasha, I'm going to bless you with $100 right now because this is exactly what I was talking about when I say you got to do more than just that one class. You got to participate in other things to enhance your leadership, be around other young people who are success-minded and do other things that's going to help you along your journey towards success. So just you being here right now, early when you ain't even got to be, like we don't even have class for a whole nother week, baby, this is what I'm talking about when I say be a leader. Put your Cash App in the comments right now. I'm about to go ahead and do that on live. $100 is yours. Congratulations, man.
That's what's up. Look at that. They didn't even know she was gonna get that. Just thought she was gonna be on here coming. Look at that.
That's what we do.
That's what's up, man.
That's what we do.
Good. So good. Yeah. And so because it really makes it just showing up in positive areas. Like, y'all, please don't be I know it's hard because like you say, you grow up with people, you love them, you want to be loyal, But like Corey said, try to invite them to stuff. Don't let people hold you back where they are. Like, sometimes I'll try to balance it out for my really, really old time friends. I'm like, okay, look, we can do the stuff you want to do, but we're also going to do stuff that I want to do. I feel I cannot compromise all the just doing all the stupid stuff you want to do. I mean, we can go to Thriving Thursday and then maybe after we can do a little something, but I can't be blocking my blessings. I need to show up because I might be right on time for an opportunity, for a job,
right.
for $100 bill. And it's like, we say cut them off, but I know there's steps to cut. So even like try to balance that, maybe try to do one thing so you don't miss out on your opportunity and then listen to their foolishness and all that stuff. Or even just like, I've been trying to do a better job of like, how does my energy feel after I talk to someone? Do I feel drained? Do I feel like
That's a really good self-check-in though.
you have to, because people will drain you.
Yeah.
And
Won't even know it.
You won't even know it. And you have to start this. It's okay to not answer all the time. And it's okay to just pray for people. I realized that so much. Like instead of trying to be here on the phone for you, I'm gonna just pray for you and ignore your call. And that makes it better because now I'm not wasting my time. But I also don't feel mean or bad because you never want to just leave people in the dust like that you really love and really care and you build bonds, but sometimes you can't like really physically be there or mentally be there. So I'm gonna ignore the call and I'm gonna pray for you. Okay. Yeah.
That's definitely a big one because a lot of people like they might like I don't be with friends as much as because it's quarantine or whatever. But when I am with certain friends that I'm not with the friends that have the other mindset for me, but I'm surrounded with people that had the same mindset with me. They always say something like, "Oh wow, you was out, but you ain't come see me." Blah blah blah. First of all, why are you manipulating me? Why you trying to make me feel bad? And for two, I keep telling you, I'm trying to invite you out for things. We're not on the same level no more. We on a different level. Your interest is different from mine now. So it's like, what we just gonna do? We just gonna sit and listen to music in the closet? Like, what we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it's not much that I can really talk to you about because I'm on a different level of trying to better my mental health and everything. And you don't want to talk about that because every time I try to talk to you about it, you try to switch the subject. So I mean, what we gonna do? You're wasting my time to drive all the way over there just to do nothing.
Do nothing. A whole lot. I like that phrase you said too, Corey. I think our interests are changing. Our interests aren't the same anymore. That's
Yeah. And you can really see it during this quarantine because people just wake up and don't do nothing all day. Like sometimes I might do it, but like I feel like some days like you deserve it. Like because you be doing this all day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No weekend you can sleep in. But if you just sleeping in every day during this quarantine, it really shows that like, wow, like we ain't on the same level no more. I can't do that. I got rent to pay. I gotta do this and that. I can't do all that.
can't do it. Price is going up.
Right?
All right. Did y'all want to get back into the affirmations or any comments? Where are we going at?
I can't see the comments, so they got a question. Can you read it to me?
Y'all know I got y'all in the comments. Let me see. Mars said every day you should be busy. There's two types of people during this coronavirus. It's the ones that sleeping all day and be on social media and eat. The ones that's improving themselves.
Yes,
Yeah.
And Marcus Allen said that ignore the phone call and go forth in prayer sounds like a win-win situation for both people.
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, preserve your energy and your self-care and do the things you need to do, and you can still send light and love to people's way. That's what I'm realizing.
You don't always have to deal with people. You can love them from a distance, though.
Yeah, that's so good.
Because people be like, your family members could be toxic for you. Anybody can be toxic for you. They drain you and all that. That don't mean you got to deal with them. You just love them from a distance. But sometimes just let them talk. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Because sometimes, like I got family members, like my grandmother, like she just like so negative sometimes. Like she lives in fear. I don't live in fear. I live off faith. So we don't always connect sometimes when I have conversations with her. So I just be on my phone sometimes, even though that might be rude when she's talking, but what she's saying is kind of making me feel some type of way. So I just prefer just to let her talk and me not say anything and just be like, oh, okay. Because you're not going to understand my perspective, and I'm not understanding your perspective. And I would just refuse to let my energy be drained on trying to persuade you on how to think like me. I refuse to do that. I pray for you though, and I love you, but right now you're just not making me feel how I should right now.
That's
And
good.
it's okay. You can most definitely say that to somebody too. Like, right now I'm not feeling you, but not be that harsh. But like right now, this conversation is not helping me mentally, so I'm gonna just walk away.
That's good.
Anything, yeah. Being straight up is like the best way with mental health for me, especially with other people, because it's like a lot of people not gonna understand you, so you just gotta be straight up with them and just do whatever's best for you. Always look out for you. You always gotta be your biggest advocate on everything. You always got to think about the consequences of everything when you're thinking about yourself, because especially when you deal with mental health, like anything can trigger you, you don't even know it, and now you're dealing with an episode. So be very cautious.
I like that. And be direct.
Be direct, absolutely. Even if you don't want to, because I know sometimes being direct for me makes me feel vulnerable, and I don't really like feeling vulnerable because I feel like I understand when people say it makes them feel weak, because sometimes I do feel weak when I be vulnerable, but I feel better once I am vulnerable. Like being comfortable with being uncomfortable is like becoming a new norm for me when I'm speaking about how I feel and how I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be triggered even more. So I just say how I feel.
Preach. Preach, preach, preach. That's when you know you're hitting your growth on like a whole nother level, when you're getting comfortable being uncomfortable.
Mm,
I feel like I was thinking about it more the other day too, just like how you said, like this whole idea of weakness. And it's like, but your weakness it makes you human. Y'all, like if you
right?
had any failures or any problems, how could we relate to people? How could we empathize? Don't you hate that person who just always just nothing happened? I'm fine. I don't like, well, dang, okay, just a second. Like, just
It's
wait.
because that's what our generation normalized right now. We're just basically not feeling. I guess that's like the new norm. And it's just like, how you not feeling, but you're a human being. You're just not speaking on it, and you hurting the silence. You're just hurting yourself even more. I feel like you have to you to me, it took me a minute to be where I am now, because I don't know what it is. I don't know like how I became this way, but it's just like that feeling of feeling like open. I think because I am open, I am vulnerable, I'm giving people a chance to hurt me. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you are open. And it's very hard, but at the same time, you gotta understand that you've been open for yourself, not for someone to hurt you. And if they do hurt you, okay, just bounce back from it, because that mean they ain't even really rocking with you how you thought they was anyway. When they
Mhm.
hurt you when you was being vulnerable, if they don't cherish you when you being vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Because that's very hard to do.
And it shows more about them than it does about you, because it
Absolutely.
takes courage to be open. It's like walking into a fire with no protection. You're like, look, this is my heart, my soul, my deepest thoughts, my
Mm-hmm.
feelings, my weakness. I am open. And you gonna come and not protect my openness? Oh, no, 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 no.
Right. You just gonna shoot my heart like that? Like, that's crazy.
No, but it takes
Marcus Allen got a question for you.
Okay.
He um he has started off by saying a comment, especially if it's a legitimate reason for us to not be physically around each other. For example, what Hardcore just said, and he was talking about when you were talking about like loving people from a distance and
Mm-hmm.
not being around them. And then he said, but why is it hard speaking or opening up to others, especially if you trust them? That's a great question.
yeah.
I feel like, I'm trying to think. To me, it's hard for me because I don't know how they're gonna react. You know, somebody's reaction might not be what you want, and then it hurts your feelings a little bit. I think the feeling of possibly getting hurting your feelings is so hard, because when your feelings are hurt, I feel, for me, it makes me feel a little bit weak because I can't control how I feel. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm feeling sad because what you said. And it's really hard, but you have to, I don't want to say thick skin, because you can't dictate what someone says out their mouth or how they react to you being open, or if they even appreciate it. But you have to congratulate yourself for being open for when you're trying to do that, because it's really hard to. So to me, it's harder for me because the possibility of being hurt.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And it's making me, y'all know how in elementary school they used to say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me.
Yeah,
And I'm like, that's cute. And it's
but
good.
it hurt.
But words hurt.
It definitely hurt.
Like, y'all, like your words have power. Just how it can be used in a positive way for affirmation, it can be used negatively too. And when you're open and you're vulnerable and you're like allowing yourself and people say the wrong thing or they look at you crazy, like that stuff, it can mess with your psyche because you already had to build up enough courage to share the vulnerable part of you, the part that you don't like about yourself or about your situation. Like we said, we are our biggest crit. It's like we just talked how you have to forgive yourself and not beat down on yourself so much. So you already open up and let people in, and then that's how it's scary. And you
It
don't know what
is.
you're gonna do with that information. Are they gonna look at you differently, judge, all that kind of stuff. So I feel you, Corey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard. It's very hard, especially when people be like, "Well, you just gotta not care what people think about you." That's hard to just not care what people think about you when you've been doing it your whole life, but not in the perspective of like just anybody, but certain people can say something to you and it just mess up your whole day. You know what I'm saying? It's just you gotta work on just worrying about how you feel about yourself, and that's gonna take time. It's not a thing that just happens overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a question, another question, hardcore. I did want to say that what the point that you're making is definitely a very valid point. Like as you mature and grow through life, you'll notice yourself start to evolve because the same things that don't bother me now as a grown person, absolutely they used to bother me as a teenager because I didn't have that
Mm-hmm.
maturity and I didn't have those experiences. But now having those experiences, my issues aren't the same. Now, if anything, dealing with this same conversation, I'm probably that person that I don't necessarily care what you think about me because I know my reputation and my name speaks for itself, but I don't want to be
Mm-hmm.
a burden to anybody.
Mm,
Like, so
absolutely.
that may be my thing on why I might not necessarily want to be vulnerable because it's like I already know that there's so many bigger problems in the world than what poor little Johnny got going on. And when you look at my situation versus somebody else, I'm very blessed. So it's like, even when I got problems, why would I ever dare open my mouth to complain for somebody to put the attention on me when I need their attention on, these kids or on another
Right, right.
situation that's bigger. So like that like be my struggle too sometimes, depending on what my situation is. But I really appreciate you for saying that and for putting that into perspective that you got to grow and mature into these phases. But
Yeah.
Tasha said, how do y'all greet a person that don't want to let you in as far as them going through things? That's
To
a great question.
me, that is a really good question. To me, I'm a very passionate person, especially if like I'm just like I don't know, I'm just super friendly and everything. So I usually just wait till they open up. Like I spend a whole day with them and do like things to take their mind off of it. But eventually they're gonna wind down and see that I am a good person, and they eventually tell me. You know what I'm saying? But if you're not as open or if people can't see your heart as easily as they can see mine, I do recommend just sitting, just being there. Don't always try to push the issue like what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong, because I think that makes it worse. They keep asking what's wrong instead of just being physically there and trying to take that mind off it, or just be like, when you are ready to talk, I am here, but what you want to do right now? You know what I'm saying? Being straightforward with that person. Honestly, that can make a big difference. Just being patient, because it's that when they open up to you, they being vulnerable. It takes courage to do that. They got to see who you are as a person and how you gonna react before they try to be open with you, because they're terrified to open up to you, because this generation don't even think feelings is a thing. They think it's corny. They think is weak. So when they do it, you just gotta, for one, you gotta appreciate it. You gotta say thank you for opening up for me. That means a lot to me, because that means that they trust you. That's a big step. You know what I'm saying? Definitely be patient. Watch what you say. Try to interact with them, take their mind off of it, and just be there and be straightforward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got some more comments here. Y'all, you're just jumping. And that's a great point that you made. And Miss Mo talks about that a lot too. Sometimes just showing up, even if you don't say anything, just being there physically can sometimes help build that trust. Marcus Allen said, for me, it's two things. It's the reaction that I'm going to get after I finish speaking, and it gives them power to possibly hurt you by bringing it back up in the conversation or something similar that has nothing to do with what's going on right now, because
Right.
people like to use stuff against you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I like that, but you can't always assume people do that. Because somebody can really be real, like be 100 with you and care about you, but because of your past and people threw that stuff back in your face doesn't mean that particular person will throw it back in your face. That's why I said be very cautious when you make those type of decisions, because you can be messing up a friendship or a relationship because you don't want to open up to that person, but that person is gonna always have your back regardless, or never gonna throw nothing back in your face. They're just trying to help you. You know what I'm saying? But if you be straight up with that person, like I'm afraid to open up to you because in my past people did throw this back in my face, and see how they take that, then I mean, most likely they're gonna be for you. But the people that do throw stuff in your face, take that as a blessing, because now you see who they are. Now you can just leave them alone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mark got a good question here, y'all. I know we run the show on time. We got like 4 minutes left. But I know time go by so fast. Cam said that she can relate. She'd rather listen to someone else's problems and help with that. And Mark said the people you surround yourself with definitely play a big part in your life. The people you surround yourself
Absolutely.
with will affect you positively or negatively. What can we do to find that group of people?
I don't know, because I have like the same amount of friends that I had for like a couple years now, and it's kind of harder to find people that's really about positive things, because if you even right now, because the only thing we have is social media, so a lot of people will be posting a lot of positive things on social media, and then like you actually start talking to them, and that mindset don't match what they putting out. So I say, I don't know. I say HeartSmiles, like these lives communicate with each other in the comments, because it's nothing but good energy over here, and everybody want everybody to succeed. So I feel like HeartSmiles is your best bet right now, because a lot of people be fronting.
Couldn't agree more.
I got a snack on that. Hey, yo, I got a snack on that. Like, at least it's a good place to start. It might not, it's not going to sustain you through the rest of your life, because, you know, y'all going to grow out of this. Like, it's going to be time for the new teenagers to come in. So y'all going to eventually go off, but it's a good place to start, and just to start learning how to present yourself so that that law of attraction kicks in, and then you can attract the right type of people. Y'all look at every single person on the HeartSmiles team. I did not go out and hire not one person. Everybody was attracted to the vision, to the mission, and we all have that one thing in common. We love Baltimore's youth dearly, and we want to see them successful with none of the bull crap that come with being able to do that. And that's what we had in common, and that's what unites us and brings us together. So, law of attraction, make it work for you.
Also, I want to say, Miss Joni, when you're talking about how like your problems, you don't want to be a burden, I feel like everyone has those times when they feel like they dealing with something but don't want to be a burden. Everybody matters. Your problems matters. No matter how big you are and successful and all that, your feelings matter. Like, you definitely feel what you feel, and don't feel bad for feeling how you feel. Acknowledge your feelings.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Hardcore. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, that was a word.
Yeah. And I was gonna say sorry to that too, because we're human. We all have that one thing that keeps us up at night. You know, something that's kind of on our mind. Everyone's validated to have that one thing, or, you know, something that's going on. So we have to be there for each other and not minimize each other's struggles. Like,
Absolutely.
everyone's trying to make it. So how can we support everyone in the ways they need to be supported while also taking care of ourselves?
Y'all, can we go 1 minute over? Because Lamar got a great question for you, Hardcore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just one. He said, it'd be hard sometimes because you can open up to someone, but they don't react to how you wanted them to react to the situation. Can you please speak on that? That's so huge.
I can speak on that, because it's like a lot of times that's how I feel. Like, I say something and you're like, wow, that's how you're gonna react to it. But you can't project your own perspective on how they're gonna do it to them. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. The only thing you can do is appreciate if they don't react in a negative way. People are different. You can't expect that. You can't expect yourself from them. You understand how you would react to it. So definitely always remember that, because that's how I would mess up, because I open to somebody, I'm like, wow, that's how you gonna do it. But if it was me, I would do this, that, and the third. You can't do that. You can't expect anything from anybody. The only thing you can acknowledge is that they really sat there and listened to you and trying to help you. You can appreciate that. But if they negative, just say that as a blessing and take that L and keep it moving, cut them off.
Yeah.
The gift of goodbye. Yo, I love it. And I promise y'all, this is the last question. Only because these questions are
No, I
powerful
like it. I like
and
it.
other people need it. What if it's hard to make decisions like that because people don't want to hurt nobody's feelings? Like people hurt you, and how can we be responsible for our actions and put ourselves first in that situation?
I'm trying this new thing of like thinking before I act. So wait, say the question again, because I think I just talked before I even thought just now.
Yeah, no, the question is basically, so it's hard to be able to make decisions when you don't want to hurt anybody. So how do you take responsibility for your actions and put yourself first in a situation where you're trying to be cautious and you don't want to hurt the other person?
Oh, make the best decision for yourself. That's just how you gotta feel about it. And if that person asks you, like, well, listen, if this was you, you would have did the same thing for yourself, right? You can't have somebody else's back more than they have yours. That's definitely not going to be the case. If they really have your back, they gonna understand why you did that, make that decision. You know what I'm saying? Definitely got to look out for yourself before anyone else. If you don't, you slipping by you carrying them all the way up there. No, that don't make sense.
Yeah, and then you're resentful and
Yeah, like no, you look back on the situation like, dang, I was stumped. You can
Yo,
avoid
we
that.
might need a hardcore part 3
We
because you
could.
just be free for real. Yo, I hate to cut this conversation short because it's so good, but we got Miss Ann,
yeah.
y'all. So I hope y'all got your passports ready for this conversation because she's taking us to Africa, she's taking us to the Amazon,
Ooh,
she's taking us to
okay.
Germany where she's stuck now. So yeah, so she's going to be giving us all the lowdown on the travel situation and what she's been doing in terms of education and helping other people in other countries. So a real interesting conversation. So thank y'all though so much, yo. Part
It was
3,
a
4,
pleasure. It
5,
was
and
a
6
pleasure.
coming with hardcore. Thank you, Miss Simone. We'll see you tomorrow at 10. Y'all, I see y'all right back here at 11 in 3 minutes.
All right, see ya. Oh, hi. Oh, oh no. The heck?
Hey, y'all. We are back with Miss Ann. Man, I'm excited for this conversation. Make sure y'all have your passports ready. Miss Ann. Y'all know our technology a hater. We gotta get the audio on real quick.
Got it.
There we go. We see it coming on. What's up, Miss Ann?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, 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 good. Thank you so much for joining us today. I told the kids, I said, look, y'all gonna have to have your passport ready for this conversation. Cause
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. I was
man,
like, in preparing for this, I was like, it's fun when you get to recap and think about, what you've done. It's like, wow, I've been to a lot of places.
I know. And what time is it where you are right now?
It's 5 p.m.
Sheesh. We just getting our day started. You about to wind down. Well,
Exactly.
thank you so much. Kids, drop your comments, drop your questions for Miss Ann. I promise we're going to answer all your questions. But Miss Ann, can you just kind of start by just kind of telling us like who you are, like where you came from, where you grew up at, and kind of take us up through that journey?
Sure. And I prepared, because I'm overly educated, I prepared a PowerPoint so I could,
That's cool. They like PowerPoints.
Okay. So I might pull that up because it kind of talks a little bit about that, but it doesn't include where I'm from. So I'm from Indiana, a small town in southern Indiana. It's called Mitchell. We have an astronaut that's from there. That's about it.
That's about it.
But I do have, so I'm going to share my screen so I can show you guys what I prepared. And we can totally go off script, but I just kind of wanted to organize my thoughts. So I created this. Can you see it?
Yeah. We can see it.
Okay. So in terms of a resume, which is in a way the most boring parts of a person sometimes, but I went to Mitchell High School, and then I went to Butler University, which is a school in Indianapolis, Indiana. And then I went to Peace Corps and served in the Peace Corps in Morocco. So that's in Northern Africa. Then I moved to Germany because my partner was German. And he's still my partner. That's why I'm here now. And I taught English for a year. And then I got a master's in public policy at the University of Chicago. And then I did a PhD at Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health, and then am currently in a postdoctoral fellowship at the Center for Adolescent Health. And so what's next is kind of what I'm going to talk about today, is the time of transition. But what I decided to do was show, like there's all that sort of thing on a resume, like, I went to this school, I did this job, I whatever. But I really thought about like, what are the pivotal things that happened at those time points? And I wrote them out here, and I don't know how well you can see it or not, but I think the main takeaway is like a lot of the most important things I've done were happening during those times. They aren't like the getting of the degree, but it's like who you met during the degree, or the project you started during whatever you're doing, or, all those things. And, how one thing led to another sort of thing. And so, I put all those up there. There are things about, like in college, I studied abroad in Ecuador. I studied abroad in Ecuador because one of my friends in high school studied abroad. She was older than me, and she studied abroad when she was in college, and she came back and her facial expressions were different. And I was like, what happened to you that your facial expressions are different? And she was like, she didn't notice her facial expressions were different, but it really caught my attention that like that must have been a powerful experience if you come back and your face is different, so do you want me to continue talking about like background stuff or kind of go into?
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good. Yeah, as much as we can get in terms of just painting a picture of who you are first is
Okay.
good, and then just sliding right on into it. Yeah, you're doing great.
Okay, cool. So then I'll just say like a few things for each of those kind of like, there's the official resume, but then there's things that I feel like the important things that make up my life, like that make it important. So like in high school, like I was on the dance team, and that taught me so much about like showing up every day, working really hard. Like we were intense and it was awesome. And that was like what my focus was in high school. I also had knee surgery and like had to overcome that doing those exercises every day, and it had implications for what else I could do and so on. I was the assistant manager of the public school, the city pool. And that's kind of where I learned like all you got to do is just do your job. Like I realized, my friends were were the other people working there. And it was just like, how did I become the assistant manager? Well, I just showed up and did the job. And that was like a huge revelation to me, because I thought you had to do like go way above and beyond and all this to like make it. And I saw in that position, it was like, to be a leader, it's like also just about like doing what the job is, which is like more than a lot of people do. And I'll just skip to, so in college, I studied abroad in Ecuador. It's where I met my partner, who's German, and that influenced my life dramatically. And then I spent a week abroad in Nicaragua on a trip where we got to learn about the religious leaders in that country, because I studied comparative religion in college. And so we met everybody from like the main Catholic leader to like, the local kind of shaman people. And that was really cool. And, I'll just share, because I think it was a good approach for me. In college, you have to like decide at some point in most schools what you want to major in. And that was a real struggle for me because, everyone in my family is a teacher. And I know that I'm, have teaching in me to some extent. So I was like, oh, I was really torn. Like there's something in me I knew I kind of didn't want to study being a teacher, but I felt like responsible thing to do, like just to get that degree that I know I could get a job with afterward. And so what I did, I really struggled with it. I talked to everybody about it. I made pros and cons lists. I did all these things. But what I ended up doing was, there's a course catalog that has all the classes in it. And I just highlighted every class that I wanted to take that looked really interesting to me. And then that's how I chose my major. I decided, okay, well, they're all in the religion department, like Native American studies, is women in Islam, Buddhism, all these different things. I was just like, that's what I wanted to learn. So that's kind of how I chose my major, and it ended up being a really good choice for me. Then I went to Peace Corps, and that was an amazing experience, and I can talk more about that later if people are interested in it. But kind of the main thing I learned there, I went to Morocco. The main religion in Morocco is, they're mostly Muslim. They're an Islamic nation, so they don't have separation of church and state like we do. the king there is considered a descendant of Muhammad. And so it's a very different place. And I wanted to go there because I wanted to live in an Islamic country. And because I thought, having studied religion, I thought, well, what causes people to be different and do have different lives is like what they believe. So I wanted to live in a place that had different beliefs to just see and feel how that was different. Well, what I came to learn in Morocco was like the people in my small little town there thought very similarly to the people in my small little town in Indiana. And, most of the people in my small little town in Indiana were Christian, mostly like Protestant. And all the people in Morocco were Muslim. And so I thought, oh, well, it's not really religion maybe. And so then I got really interested in economics and education and like the things that cause a society to be how they are. And so that's what led me eventually, I took a break and lived with my love in Germany. And then I did my master's at the University of Chicago to study economics and like education systems and health systems, and the things I had seen in Peace Corps really make a difference in people's lives. In Morocco, in my village, the people who have mental health problems who are really severe, they got locked in a room and chained up. And, that's really traumatic to see. And it's not because the people there are mean or bad. It's because there's not really any other option. And they don't know how to handle it. They don't have the help that they need to know how to handle that sort of thing. So, that's just one example. But there's also examples of just girls not being able to go to school past the 5th grade because to do so meant they had to move to the next town and their family wouldn't feel comfortable with that, and just all these sorts of things, that end up influencing people's lives in the whole country, really. So then when I was doing this degree in economics and statistics, which were so interesting, but they didn't come naturally to me. I had to work really hard to learn those skills. We also learned game theory, like political theory. And that was so interesting. It was really outside of my comfort zone. And I kind of learned what hard work was intellectually there. Up until that point for me, school, I loved it. It was interesting, but it was always in the realm of the areas that were more easy for me, like writing and philosophy type things. And this was just like math. And it was hard math. And it taught me that I could do it. I had told myself that I couldn't do it. It was like my sister was really good at math. I'm not good at math. So I learned in that experience that oh yeah, I can totally do this. It was hard, but I can totally do this. And I did cool things there, take an improv class, which teaches you so much about trust, and met amazing people, each of these points. It's like, I'm from a small town in Indiana. It's like, I just was so special to meet all these people from all over who've done interesting things and had totally different lives than I did. So then I decided that I was going to do a PhD in health, because I ended up focusing in Peace Corps on health was the main kind of work I did there. And then in the master's, I focused on health, like in public policy. I focused on health policy and administration mostly. And so in the PhD, and I think in some ways it's important to just point out, when people talk about their lives and the path that they took, it kind of feels cohesive, or it feels like one thing led to the next. And at least for me, some people that's true. For me, I never knew what I was going to do at each kind of juncture. As the master's was coming to the end and I was like, okay, what am I going to do next? I honestly just got it in my head somehow that well, I think I want to do a PhD, and if I don't do one now, then I'm not going to do it. So then I just started looking at websites and noticed when I was looking at the websites, what did my energy feel like when I was looking at that website? Did I feel energized and excited? Like when I looked at the Hopkins website or the Duke website or the North Carolina website, or did I feel engaged? Did I want to know more? And I kind of decided which schools, which areas I wanted to focus on. And then, wrote the applications, had no idea if I would get in. It was all kind of last minute. And I pulled all my friends together and they proofread everything and they gave me feedback. And, we got it together and I submitted to 8 schools and I got waitlisted on 4 schools. I didn't get accepted to 3 schools, and then I got into Hopkins with a scholarship. And that's the best school. So it's like, I don't, it's just so unclear how those things happen. But, and so I can talk more about the transitions at any point because each of them, kind of had different levels of uncertainty or certainty, and navigating that is always tricky. And what ended up being really important during my time at the School of Public Health was living in Baltimore. Like, I love Baltimore. Like, I am in Munich only because my partner is in Munich, but I am doing my best to convince him to move to Baltimore. And, I just met amazing people there. And I got to do, for my PhD, I did the Growing Girls Project, which is puberty education for girls in Baltimore. And I did a study with girls, asking them what they needed and wanted, and then created educational tools in collaboration with Micah, the art school, to see, to try to create something that would make sense for them. And I'm still working on that today. We're very close to being done. It's been working on it for years, which I didn't anticipate. But it's been a real pleasure to do. Just, finishing the dissertation process, is a huge accomplishment, not because it's intellectually hard, but just like finishing any big project is so hard. Just sticking with it, it's so hard. And that was just a huge accomplishment to get done. And during that time, I did yoga teacher training in India. And I teach yoga on the side. I also, to celebrate my PhD, I did a cold winter, what's it called? It was called cold weather camping with Outward Bound. So I went up to the border of Canada, and we had, dogs, like the kind that you are in those races, and you have a sled and dogs, and you have cross-country skis, and we were out there skiing and moving around on the lakes for like a week, and we learned how to camp in that cold, snowy weather. And it all built up to the last day we camped on our own, and we had to like sleep, we all went to our own little area that they gave us. They gave us a little packet of food, and we had learned every day a lesson to help us do that camping alone. And that was a goal of mine, was to camp alone. I feel very scared of that. So it was really scary, and I was like running, it's like having to go get the sticks and make the fire and build my little tent. And I don't know if I was present at all because I was just so scared and like running from one thing to the next. But it felt like a real accomplishment to learn how to do that. And actually, it's one of the first things I did when this Corona thing started was I just made sure I knew how to make a fire still. I don't know why, but that was like my gut instinct of like, can I make a fire from scratch still? Like that felt important to me for some reason. And then I also had the opportunity to participate in the Hopkins psilocybin study. after my PhD, like when I finished it, which was a life-changing experience. And then after my PhD, I did a postdoctoral fellowship, and have got to have a lot of amazing experiences during that time. One of which was during a vacation right before I started. I visited a friend in Brazil. And so that's actually a lot how I get to travel, is because I'm visiting people I know and I get to stay with them. And that saves a lot of money because you're staying with those people and you're getting to see how they live and you're getting to see how their families are. And so that's also really special. But when I was in Brazil that time, we happened to meet these leaders from an indigenous village in the Brazilian Amazon. And we got to know them, and they asked us, after we had kind of talked for a while, they have a water problem in their village, and they asked us if we could help. And it was a little strange in the sense of like, why would they ask us if we could help? I was very uncertain. But then we went to visit them in their village, got to meet the rest of the tribe and experience that culture a little bit and see the problem. And we just raised $12,000 to build 3 wells for them on their land. And so those are, main things I'll highlight. And if anybody wants me to talk about any of those, I'm happy to say more about them. But the main takeaway is I wanted to just, let you know a little bit about me, who you're talking to, but also to highlight like all these things that end up happening when like life is happening, that are what make up your life. And, when you get to choose, like for me, I was in the middle of a PhD and I was like, oh, but I feel really called to go do this yoga teacher training in India. Nobody else is doing that. I don't know whether I can do it. And just realizing, like seeing how I was creating limitations for myself based on what I thought I was seeing other people do. When in reality, in a PhD program, for a lot of it, you don't even have to be there, at Hopkins anyway. And, just seeing how I put up these limitations and was creating kind of like these boundaries in my life that didn't even exist. It's like, there was no problem of doing that during that time. And that's just an example, and then that changed my life so many ways. And so it was a really good decision to do that. But if I would have just listened to what I felt like I had thought I saw other people doing, or what I felt like were the limitations, then I would have just not done it. So
That's some
Joni,
good stuff. You got some
just want to
questions
check
though.
in. Do you want me to just keep going?
Well, you got some questions from some of your young people. Ken wants to know, can you show us some of the pictures from some of the places that you visited? And Ma wants you to talk about how you were able to budget for some of these trips.
Okay. So you cut out at the first part. So can you repeat that?
Oh yeah, sorry. So the first one was Ken wants to know, can you show us some pictures from some of the places that you've visited?
Sure.
And then Ma wants to know, how were you able to budget for some of these trips, and what country did you like the most, and how has it inspired you? Y'all, these are some great questions. Y'all keep dropping y'all questions.
Yeah, those are great questions. So I made some, these might not be enough pictures, but I pulled together a few pictures. There's some Peace Corps in Morocco. Is that big enough for you guys?
You might need to blow it up just a little bit. Y'all let me know if that's probably gonna be good right there. Yeah.
Okay. So, Morocco is really cool because it was just totally different culture, and I learned things like henna, and they make rugs from scratch. They're just so connected to the land, and the this is food for cows that they grow there, because everybody kind of had a cow in their house actually, that they use for milk and cheese making and stuff. And this is a market. They grow a lot of olives there. I'm trying to zoom in so you can see that. Um, and then this is a wedding. They have really extravagant weddings. They love dancing, and music, and they had amazing festivals. And even though it was a Muslim country, they did things that were also very connected to the indigenous cultures there. So I lived in a Berber village, and a Berber village is basically it just means the people who were there before the Arabs came there. And so Berber is a totally different language than Arabic. And the government kind of tries to, well, it tries to suppress the Berber people. Kind of in a different, it looks very different, but it's kind of, you can think of it as how, Americans, like people came from Europe and kind of definitely tried to suppress the Native Americans and tried to eliminate their languages, take away their land, all of that stuff. So I was in a Berber village. So it's kind of the equivalent of being in like a Native American. They're not on reservations though. So it's very different, but I'm just trying to explain a little bit. And they look very different. The Berber people look different than the Arab peoples. The older Berber people don't even know Arabic, and they often don't know how to read and write. Berber is written. It's a written language, but it was, again, suppressed, so most people don't know it. And it looks very different than Arabic. It looks kind of more like Greek symbols. But so Morocco is special because I got to spend 2 years there, and live on my own in a village and learn the language. And that was very special for a lot of reasons, because I had studied abroad in college in Ecuador, and I was trying to learn Spanish. I even had a minor in Spanish, and I just felt like I couldn't get it. Like I just couldn't get it. I could learn vocabulary, but I couldn't like speak it. And I felt like I would say, I don't know how to learn languages. Like I'm just not for me. And then in Peace Corps, I did learn another language. Like I really did. And I even took a test in it before I left, just to prove to myself that I could do this. And I got advanced, like I was at the advanced level. And so it like helped me overcome that belief in myself that I couldn't learn a language, because I was living every day in another language with people who didn't speak English. And so that was very special. It feels, you're in a place where you don't know anybody, and you have to make friends, you have to make family, you have to come up with projects and ideas out of nowhere. It teaches you a lot about like how to kind of trust in yourself, and like find strength in yourself, and how to create community. I thought sometimes when I was over there about like, what if a bomb hit the US while I was here, and like my life as I knew it was gone? Like, could I be fulfilled enough here in the way that I would be in the US? And I still don't know the answer to that question, because I still think about that in terms of like, now I'm in Germany indefinitely because of Corona. And it's kind of bringing up that question again, because the truth is just my center is the US. But what going abroad does is it teaches you about yourself. You get to see who you are by learning who other people are. You get to see how they think about things and how they live their life and what they choose to eat and how they spend their day and where they sleep and how they sleep. In Morocco, nobody sleeps alone, other than some men sleep alone, but everybody sleeps in the same room. It's like different in every level, and they eat very different than we do. They eat a food called tagine, and it's delicious. It's so good, but they literally eat it every day. And that's hard for an American because, like we can go get like Chinese or some Asian food and then Mexican food. And then, it's like we have all these different types, access to different types of food there. If I wanted to have Mexican food, I had to make my own tortilla from scratch. And so, that was a very special experience in so many ways. And just the time of being there made it dramatically different than anything else I've ever done. 2 years does go by fast, but it also feels long when you're in it. And I would say, to the question of like, where's the kind of like best place I've been, how I think about it is like, I just try to listen to where I feel called to go or where the opportunity arises. Like, for example, I was in Brazil because I would say one of my best friends right now, she's Brazilian. And I felt really called to go there. I felt like I just was curious about it. I was curious to know her family. It also is much more affordable when you visit somebody than if you have to stay in hotels or something like that. It's also more affordable when you visit somebody who lives there, because then you kind of know what to buy and how to buy it in the way they do. Because most, like in Morocco, for example, by the time I left, I could speak the language. I knew what the prices should be. I could get the local prices and do all that. They when they go to the store, what's it called? Like negotiate a lot with the person. There might be a price, but it's like, that's not the real price. You negotiate a lot. And that was like a new skill for me. But even there, before I left, I wanted to buy this certain clay pot. It's called a tagine. It's what they cook their food in. And I had to have my host father there, like the person who was kind of, who I lived with for 3 months when I first got in the village. I had him buy it because as a foreigner, there's just some tendency, to like rip you off in some way. And so anytime you can coordinate with a local person, it enhances the experience so much. And it's also an important, like it helps save money a lot. Because, like if I would have went and bought that tagine, they might have charged more because they just think, oh, I'm a foreigner, I must have a lot of money. Even though in Peace Corps, you get paid like a wage that's equivalent for that area. So you're not actually making more money than in the area. But a big way to make travel happen is just know that, in most countries, the US dollar goes a long way. So like in Morocco, $1 was the equivalent of 10 dirhams. And you could buy like, a dirham is just what they called their money. So you could, like I was looking through pictures, and one of the projects we did there was we created a bakery in the village, and they were selling a croissant that they made for 1 dirham. So that's like 10 cents. And so it varies by what country you go to, and it also varies dramatically over time. Like in Brazil, I went there twice in the last few years. And one time the exchange rate was $1 for 2, I forget what their money is called off the top of my head, 2 reals. And the other time was $1 to 4 reals. And so you get, a lot more buying power. Like the bigger difference that is, you can get more for your money. So that's something to consider. The other thing is just like learning how to travel lightly. Like you don't need a lot of stuff. Like you just take a small bag, meaning you don't have to pay for the baggage. you look for flights, and like my flight to Brazil, I got one for $300. There's tricks to all of this stuff, and there's a lot of information online, but it's like, if you buy, for example, on a Tuesday, you're gonna find cheaper flights than on a Friday, than if you look on a Friday and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of people who write about, like, blogs about how to find cheap flights and all that stuff, but all like cheap flights are possible / were possible. I mean, I don't know in Corona what's gonna happen from now on. I have no idea. But like before, they cheap flights were possible, and that ends up being the biggest expense, because food in most countries is not very expensive. And then you can learn to eat in a way, like you can have 2 meals a day instead of 3 if you plan your day right and stuff like that. Or you can have, like, buy an apple or buy a banana or whatever for a snack in the middle of the day, or nuts or whatever. And then maybe like splurge on one nice restaurant or something the whole time you're there. And if you're staying with a friend, then there's no cost for where you're staying, except for that you maybe buy them a gift or something. And there's, even if you aren't staying with a friend, there are things all over the world. You know, there's hostels. There's people who travel on 0 money all over the world. Like, I'm telling you, and what I will recommend is, I would not go in debt to travel. I know some people who've gone into debt, like credit card debt, to travel. I don't know if they regret it or not, but you really can do it on a budget. And it might just take planning, and it might take, looking up a lot of information, like how to find cheap flights, how to travel cheap, all this stuff. And it also depends a lot on what country you go to. That's because of the difference in exchange rate, and also because of the quality of living. Like, if you travel in Norway, it's going to be hard to do that on a budget. If you travel to Mexico, Guatemala, Brazil, South Africa, a lot of places, in countries that are still kind of, they're more developing countries, they are much more affordable. Most places in Asia. But even a country like Norway, which is like one of the most expensive countries in the world, there are people who blog about how to travel cheaply in Norway. And there's just tricks to doing it. Like, you can sleep on a train. For example, like, you can get your train ticket to go to point A to point B, plan it for a nighttime, you sleep and you travel, and that's one cost instead of having a hostel and your train, stuff like that. So there's definitely ways to travel cheap. The one thing to know, if you do go to a country that is super at like an early stage of development, like, trying to think of a country. I mean, I'm going to say an extreme one kind of, but like if you went to Liberia or the Congo or something like that, that can actually end up being very expensive, because to stay at a hotel that would have something like running water or food that you could eat, they charge a lot of money, because the only people there are people like foreign service officers or doctors on missions, or people who have money. So you don't want to go to a super duper 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 poor country in terms of if you want to save money. But somewhere like India, I mean, you can get a flight for $300. I have a friend who does it every year. Food costs literally nothing. Even a hostel almost costs nothing. You will need to get travel insurance, but that honestly only costs like $11 or something very small like that. So you just have to, know what you want to get out of it. And if you want to go to like really expensive hotels and have really nice food and go to really expensive sites, that makes traveling expensive. But if you just want to experience a culture, meet people, try local food, go to local markets and stuff like that is actually usually very cheap.
That's some good stuff. And I feel like you answering some of these questions, but I do want to read the questions because we only got about 15 minutes or so left.
Okay.
But no, this is some good stuff. Kamora says, if it was one place you would like to go back to, where would it be?
Well, right now, I love Brazil because the indigenous people, which I'll show some pictures from them, the indigenous people, and they're called the Pinawa, the Pinawa tribe. It's part of a Huniquin nation, is like the bigger tribe, and then their smaller little community is Pinawa. These people are just like teaching me so much about life, and I'm just so enthralled with them. They think about the earth differently than we do. They think of the earth as an extension of themselves, their own bodies. And they just are really, they just are amazing. Like, they just have knowledge that is so special, and their way of life is so special. People are so happy there. I'm not saying it's perfect, in some ways that we would judge things in terms of like hierarchies or power, democracy, that sort of thing. Like they don't really think about it in the way we do. But in other ways, they seem to have figured out a lot about life and the earth and living with the earth and learning from the earth, that just is really interesting me right now because it feels important for our society. It feels, they don't have things like depression and anxiety, suicide, schizophrenia. They don't have these diseases there. And there could be a lot of reasons for that. But they have a whole culture around healing and wisdom and using plants as medicines. And, they receive life in a way that I admire and I want to learn. So that's kind of where my heart is these days, is like going there. And there, when you visit there, there's no hotel, there's bugs everywhere. We didn't even have a toilet last time we were there. So, it depends on kind of what you want to get out of the trip. But, and it's totally okay. Like, you can travel to Brazil and have a beautiful place and it's still affordable, but not in the Amazon. But, I guess I'm seeking kind of wisdom or knowledge and culture from people rather than, just like beauty. The forest is really beautiful. Seeing the Amazon forest is very special. But you don't get like nice accommodations or anything like that there.
Oh yeah, see, I can't hang with you. Take me to where it's a hotel. I can't do all that other stuff. Kev said, what about argan? ARGAN?
Oh, argan oil? Yeah. Argan oil is a very special oil from Morocco. Things like that are complicated. The world is complicated. It's very hard to get real argan oil. So in the village I lived on, they would make argan oil and they would make olive oil, and they do it in traditional ways. There's like a little nut from a tree. The trees are protected because it's so valuable. And then they have stones and they crush those nuts, and then it makes an oil. And the oil is very good for the skin. And when it's cooked, it's very healthy and tasty. But all these products like that you would find on our shelves that say argan on them, if you actually read the ingredient list, like sometimes they don't even have argan in them. And I have ordered argan online and it's not real.
Wow.
And it's also complicated because, there have been a lot of associations that build up around making argan oil. And it's cool because then these women who work in these associations, they can make money and whatever. But when they sell it abroad, they can charge a lot more than when they sell it to locals, which basically means locals don't have access to argan oil anymore. So, you know, all of this stuff is so complicated because the women are making money now, but yet, you know, people in Morocco have less access to argan oil. I think all those things are super complicated. I bought argan oil just a week ago because I saw it on the shelf in the grocery store here, and it looked like a good product, and it was like a smaller bottle, so it wasn't too expensive, and I wanted to just check, and it was real argan oil. So and I'm using it on my skin, and it's very nice. But yeah, that sort of stuff I just read the ingredients, and then I wish I could tell you, like, the smell. It's very nutty. It's a very nutty smell. So if you're trying to smell it to see if it's real.
That's good stuff. What other places would you like to go, and how is it in Germany right now?
New places. There's so many, I guess, I can't think of somewhere I wouldn't want to go. I would like to go to Norway. It is expensive. I want to see the Northern Lights. So there's these lights, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, but in northern Canada, Norway, and Sweden, there's this phenomenon of, there's these kind of like fluorescent lights that are in the sky that look kind of like a UFO type thing. Like, it looks really crazy, but it's a real thing, and it's beautiful, and I want to see that in person. And I would love in Sweden to kind of like, I have a friend who's Swedish, and I want to go to the northern part of Sweden and like cross country ski, like go on a trip where you're cross country skiing and then like looking at the northern lights. That would be really fun. I also really want to see bioluminescence, which is, so there's these animals underwater that they glow. It's like they're neon in the nighttime, and I want to see those in real life.
That's awesome. And the second part of that was, how is it in Germany right now?
In Germany, it's good. It feels like a good place to be because, well, there's pros and cons. So I love my community in Baltimore. The good thing is, you know, we're connecting by Zoom and all that. And I share a house, like a row home with roommates in Baltimore. And it's a house has multiple rooms, and my partner has an apartment in Germany, and it's like 2 rooms, and so it's very small compared to my house in Baltimore, and that's been a little hard. And they don't, I don't have my stuff, which is hard. Like, it's like if you're going to be locked in your house, you just kind of want to have your stuff. And I have a week's worth of clothes, and I don't have, like, I kind of want stuff to draw with, or like, I don't know, like just some of that stuff. And I don't have any of my stuff. So that's hard, but there's nature. So Germany, I'm in Munich. And Munich is a beautiful city because they did a very good job when they designed it of putting parks everywhere. There's huge parks everywhere. So every day we get to go walking in a park. So that feels really special to have access to nature like that. And a lot of people in Germany go to parks. So sometimes they're full, but it's just so nice to have green around and have fresh air and all that. So, and in terms of Corona, Germany is doing pretty well. They have a different healthcare system than we do. So they're not having the same problems that we're having.
That's interesting to know. Yeah, we only got about 6 more minutes left, but we're going to get all these questions in. Have you ever been to Jamaica, and did you like it?
I haven't, but I would love to. I've heard really good things.
What were some of the things that you went through, like any challenges or anything during your travels?
Hmm. Trying to think. I would have to think on that question. If I've ever had any challenges, I feel really fortunate. I've never had anything big like, my passport being stolen or lost or something. That would be horrible. Um, I can't think of a challenge off the top of my head, but I will think about it and let you know. I think, the challenge I was going to talk about today was kind of the challenge of, going into a transition and not knowing what is next. And that comes up when traveling a lot, making decisions about like how you're going to spend your time, or it happens in life a lot too, like what college are you going to go to, or what major are you going to study, or whether you want to go to college or not, or just kind of how you want to lead your life, like those are the same. I think of a lot of the things, like the thing I'm exploring right now most is music, because it's teaching me so much, and travel does too, about trusting in yourself and gaining confidence in yourself. And it shows you your limitations, like where you're a little scared, or you know what your tendencies and habits are, and like gives you opportunities to stretch yourself and experience what that's like. Um and there's so many ways to travel. I feel like if you're scared, um there are so many people experienced with traveling that like to show other people how to travel, whether it's through a blog or literally going with them or on a retreat of some sort. And I really think, the fact, like when I was talking about limiting beliefs earlier, I think that the thought that it's too expensive, that's a limiting belief, because there's always a way to do it. Always. If you want to do something, I really think there's always a way to do it. And I think traveling is a good example of it is much cheaper than people actually think. Assuming, you don't want to stay at the nicest hotel and eat the best restaurant, and stuff like that.
That's great insight. And where would you recommend for a first time traveler to go?
Well, it's a good question. I think, like anything, I would really recommend that person try to tune in to where they're feeling called to go. And also not like allow the answer to be what it is. So if the answer really is like Florida or something like that, that's okay. Like, really, there's so many cool things in the United States. There's so many cool things in Maryland. There's so many cool things in Baltimore. Like, so it's like, I feel like if my answer to that is really trying to tune in to what is giving you energy, what is exciting you, what is like calling up that little part that's like a kid that's just like so excited, and also maybe a little scared, but so excited, and just going for that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Miss Ann. I'm so sorry that we didn't get a chance to go through your go through your PowerPoint. The time always goes by so fast, but we definitely
Yeah.
going to need a part 2 with you so you can talk about like how to incorporate this through your college experience. So how you can, use some of that experience to be able to travel and see some of the world. But we do got to get ready for the Lieutenant Governor. He's coming on
Whoa!
next. Yeah, he's coming on next. He's going to talk
You
to us.
guys are amazing.
So you are, and I appreciate you so much for connecting with us all the way from Germany. Like that is huge. That is huge. And any other pictures that you may have, please send them, because I think I saw like a couple of comments of people saying that they really wanted to see like more pictures. They love the
Oh,
pictures.
okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Well, and I just want to thank you guys really quick for, it was very helpful to even have the time to like think through this stuff. It was such a gift to be able to share with you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see you again for part 2.
Okay. We'll have fun the rest of the session today.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Y'all, what a great, great session with Miss Ann. Appreciate her so much. She's always so gracious and so kind. And it's just a good thing to be able to have good people within your network. So like I said, y'all, we bring these people on, not just so that way, you know, they can talk and so that you guys can learn. That's a great part and that's a big part. But the second piece of that is so that you can connect with people as well. And so that you can start building up your network. And y'all know that always comes up in one of our conversations throughout the week when we're doing this about how important your network is. So it's important to have those type of people in your network. So we got the lieutenant governor coming up next, y'all. So that is why I'm in the ghetto back here. Y'all see the ghetto back here. So unfortunately, the lieutenant governor, his IT team has some particular specifications. So instead of us doing what we would normally do in terms of bringing our guests on, the lieutenant governor, you guys are going to see him on this screen behind me. I know that it's ghetto, y'all, but bear with me. So he's going to be on the screen behind me, and I have my other laptop set up right here so that you guys can be able to hear the audio. But we're also going to have our very own Ma. He's going to be on the screen in the meeting directly with the lieutenant governor, asking some questions on behalf of young people in terms of coronavirus. So his conversation is really going to be targeted towards Maryland's response and what we should be doing in Maryland and in Baltimore around like the coronavirus. So we don't have a lot of his time. We only have about 20 minutes or so. So if you guys have any questions that you definitely want for me to ask the lieutenant governor on behalf of you, throw those questions in the comments. And also throw your comments in the comments, because he's also going to have somebody from his team reading through those comments and questions. So any of them that we don't get answered while we have him, we'll be able to answer those afterwards. All right, so we'll be right back right at 12, and we'll have the lieutenant governor on the screen talking to us. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Lieutenant Governor. How you doing? You can hear me? How you doing? Good morning. Doing great, doing great. So good to hear you. Thank you so much for carving out this time to speak with us. Baltimore's youth. Oh yes, I'm Miss Joni. Yes, yes, and we have Ma. He should be joining us in just a second. He's a 15-year-old from Baltimore, so he has some questions that the Baltimore youth wanted to ask you. But with being respectful for your time, I know we don't have you for a long time. I definitely want to allow you to go ahead and get started with your update. This is Mr. Ma right here. Yeah, Marr. Well, Marquay. Yes. There we go.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, thanks for having me for this video chat this morning. It's become very popular now that we're having this physical distance, social distancing. We have been doing and implementing that here in state government. Many of our discussions are via conference call or video chat. State Board of Public Works meetings via video or virtual public works meetings. That's with myself, treasurer, councilor Peter Friggio. We all were in separate locations doing it on video. The public could listen in, those who were going to testify could call in and come in via audio. Our state officials who were testifying on matters coming up at the Board of Public Works, they were coming in from different locations on videos as well. So we've been doing all this to make sure that we are able to flatten the curve, slow down that spread, the spread of the coronavirus. And at the same time, we have to make sure that critical government operations, the delivery of essential services to the public, is still taking place and can be done. And so many of these things that we're doing from a distance. We're using the technology that is there, just like what we're doing right now, to reach out as well as to continue the operations of government. So I know you wanted to do a little bit of I'm sorry, I'm getting the cue.
It's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just got to know that some of the people that are following on YouTube can't hear you all. They can't hear me either? Okay. I don't know if we can hear each other, but something's going on where it's not going out on YouTube, the audio is.
Okay, yeah, I just commented and told them that I turned it up, so I'm waiting to hear back. It is like a 15-second delay between us talking now and it streaming out to YouTube. So yeah, we're getting positive comments. Yes, it's starting to come through now. Just a little hard to hear, so I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more.
Need to take on the day-to-day operations of state government and making sure that we're delivering those services that was mentioned. So I'm going to just give a quick update on what has been taking place with regard to coronavirus. I know we're going to have a number of questions, so I'll try to be quick. The governor acted on it very early. And we first started to see that there was a spread taking place in our first couple of cases that were based on travel, those who had been traveling overseas, that we had their first few cases. And so we acted early to start limiting mass gatherings in public, allowing our non-central employees to work via telework, fully closing the schools, and at this point declaring a stay-at-home order. We've had a lot of people working around the clock trying to coordinate efforts and ramp up testing capabilities to find out who has the need to implement the social distancing requirements and make sure we have the medical resources to treat those who are suffering at this point. Now, we realize that this has been a major imposition on Marylanders and quite frankly, people across the country in terms of interrupting our daily lives, making it much more difficult for people to make a living. There's a lot of financial difficulties, particularly with many of our businesses, small businesses, restaurants. I was just speaking to a restaurateur who has a restaurant in Baltimore, Terry Cafe.
Yes.
Terrence over there is struggling. I know they still do carry out, but it's very difficult, and he's trying to stay afloat, and it's a challenge for many individuals. So we know that it's challenging. The Department of Labor has been overwhelmed with the unemployment applications that have come in. We received more unemployment applications in a 2-week span than what we received in all of 2019. So, the systems were not prepared for that. We are starting to roll out those checks now. Starting next week, the additional money from the Cures Act, which is the federal supplemental unemployment, should start getting included in unemployment checks, which is not needed to, but it means that when those payments come in, you're going to have a larger first payment because it's going to pick up the prior weeks that was supposed to take effect. So we're continuing the process through with the governor's proposed grants and loans for small businesses. Those applications outpaced the money that we were able to put aside to that. So that should be working through the process and to help out some of those small businesses. Hopefully, Terra Cafe will be one of them that will be able to help out. And we've taken additional steps to try to protect those individuals who have lost their job or their business has suffered substantially and have their hours reduced because of the virus, and making sure that they're not going to be addicted due to this loss of income, or they're not going to have their vehicles or mobile homes or trailers be possessed because of that. We've taken steps to stop that type of action from occurring where it's related to loss of income because of the coronavirus. There's more information available on a number of our government websites. Governor.maryland.coronavirus is one place that there's a lot of helpful information with regard to the steps the state has done, as well as volunteer efforts and things that can be done to help Marylanders. For the latest information with regards to corona and testing and other demographic information, you can go to coronavirus.maryland.gov. That website is updated every day at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. with recent test numbers and things of that nature. And then you also asked me to give kind of a brief overview of my duties and what I've been responsible for.
Yeah.
I mentioned before the governor's asked me to take over day-to-day responsibilities of government. Prior to that, a lot of my focus has been on modernization and reform at body goods and services for the state. Mental health has been a major focus, as well as substance use disorder and how we address those who are suffering from substance use disorder or addiction, as well as how we deliver services to those individuals who are suffering from mental illness, how we support their families, and those individuals in trying to make that better. We have a mental health commission. We haven't been able to meet personally. There's some steps that we'll be taking. I'm going to say stay tuned. We're going to be putting out some video discussions during the future with regard to mental health challenges and best ways to address it. Because during this time, there are a lot of individuals who are suffering. They may have difficulty getting to see their therapist. Now we've implemented telehealth services, and so there's the ability to meet with the therapist or a doctor utilizing telehealth. And I mentioned also the Board of Public Works. The day-to-day, I now chair the Board of Public Works, which has all the contract vehicles that come through the state. My police point office money. As well as meeting with our senior officials, our cabinet secretaries, to get an update on what's going on in the departments, on making decisions with regard to appointments to boards and commissions, addressing some of the challenges that pop up on a day-to-day basis, and making decisions there. So it's not only do I monitor what's going on with the coronavirus, how we're progressing, I still have the duties of the day-to-day and how we deliver our essential services. So with that, I will turn it over to questions. I know I'm going to probably a little longer than we wanted to, but I'm yours.
No, that was good stuff, and thank you so much, Ma. I'm going to go ahead and let you have the floor and ask the questions on behalf of the young people.
COVID-19 and how does it affect us? The first question is this COVID-19 going to affect us being in health and insurance products for our home? And what do you guys do for families through this tough time?
It does affect you from the standpoint of trying to make sure that we don't spread the virus, and also as far as young people are concerned, you can get the virus. Okay, there's some folks running around saying that it's affecting people. There were some crazy rumors a couple of weeks ago that said that Black people can't get the virus. Both of those are wrong. You can get it as a young person. Now, it is not fatal on older people, people 65 and above. It's much more fatal on them. The majority of people who've gotten sick in our state are people 50 and above. And so the question is, you will still get sick, okay, first of all, and you'll feel real bad. But what you can do if you do get sick is spread it to your holders. So you can spread it to your parents or your grandparents or an aunt or an uncle, and it can be fatal for those individuals who are 65 and above, and particularly if they have underlying health issues, which unfortunately is prevalent in our community. Individuals who may have, it can range from high blood pressure to asthma, diabetes. Those can be additional factors that make it far more difficult for an older person to deal with the virus and fight it off. So what you can do when you are going to get groceries, particularly when you're going to be in a closed environment with a lot of people, it is recommended from the disease control to wear a mask. And that doesn't mean you have to. We're not talking about medical grade masks. It's just a cotton mask to put over your face. Something very simple. It could be just a scarf. As well, I have a reason in my pocket for the mask that I carry around. It's a cotton mask that you can just put over your face when you're going into the store to make sure that you don't transmit it or that you get the virus. I'm saying that the mask I just showed you those are the things that you can do. Now, in terms of, helping the community, we're making sure that, as I mentioned before, we are losing their houses, loss of income associated with the coronavirus. There are various suicides that are taking place in our national guard, but those CDC may have been on prayer and disconnection. We are encouraging people to donate to the food banks, be it the local food bank or the Maryland food bank. They have not had donations to the CDC. And so those are a couple of steps.
Thank you so much for answering the question. My next question is, how many has been affected with
I think the part about being safe is to adhere to the social distancing and not make unnecessary trips out of your house. Now, I'm not saying you can't go for a walk. You can't take your dog or your dog for a walk. It's good to get exercise, but right now it's not a good idea to play basketball. You got close to each other. Basketball, either that or you're a terrible basketball player. But if you adhere to social distancing and where you're going to be in a store or a place where you need to go for essential items, wear some kind of covering over your mask, your face. Also, and I should have pointed this out, the things that your grandparents probably told you a long time ago, wash your hands, and that's with soap and water for 20 seconds, soaping up really good, front and back of your hand, and particularly your fingernails. That can help reduce the possibility of spreading the virus or you even contracting the virus. There was, I'm trying to think, what was your other question? Repeat it for me again.
I see how many
Oh, how have you been affected? Many, let me look. And I don't think I have today's numbers in terms of a breakdown. And it is on our website that I mentioned to you before. That is the coronavirus.maryland.gov. It's on that website in terms of the age distribution. I'm looking at my notes. I don't have it in front of me, but the number of cases amongst young people is relatively low. The youngest we did have a 5-month-old detected positive for corona. And that young person never went into the hospital and is recuperating. But we have had young people, teenagers, the majority of them have been but the young people aren't getting it and can get it. And in many cases, they may have had it and had very minor symptoms. And so they were never tested, but they can spread it to others. In many cases, there are people who don't show symptoms right away and they can spread it. So we don't know how many people, and that's where there's some talk about, you may have heard of antibody testing that some of the companies, the pharmaceutical companies are starting to produce now. And that will tell us whether a person has already had the virus, but they didn't know it was the virus and they were never tested. They were never tested because they were not in the risk categories to test. And so that person may have had minor symptoms and were ill for a couple of days, but they really didn't get very sick. And they thought it was a very cold or allergy reaction, but it turns out they actually did have coronavirus. And they may be building up the antibodies in their system that would prevent them from getting it again. And so that can be helpful for us as well as helpful to those researchers that are looking for a vaccine.
Thank you for answering my question. My next question is, will this affect your will integrate prom and other events for you? It will still graduate late. It can affect our education.
That was like three questions in one. I'll try to, relate to. I don't know how it's going to be done with regard to the graduation. That is something that the superintendent of state schools is still working out. She works with the state board of education, and they will be talking about how that's going to work. Students will likely graduate. The question is the commencement ceremony, whether there'll be a graduation ceremony. So I don't think those decisions have been made yet, and so I don't know how that's going to work. In terms of the educational process, I think personally it's going to change only from the standpoint, even once we get a vaccine, only from the standpoint I think that we were already starting to go toward distance learning. And I think forcing the school systems to think more about how they can deliver education through the internet, video conferencing, things of that nature, utilizing technology. So it may mean that you still go back to class, but you may find that you're getting lectures from teachers that are in some other location because that teacher has a specific specialty. I think that's very much going to happen at the university level. So I think we're going to start to see an acceleration of some of the changes that probably are really past due because the classroom teaching environment that we have for K through 12 is not any different from when I went for K through 12 many years ago, and it's not a lot different than when my mother went through K through 12 even many more years ago than that. So it is probably well past time that we think how we deliver education to young people. You guys are much more technologically savvy than us old timers. You're much more used to. I'm not talking about our host here. I'm talking about myself. You get much more information than what we once did, and you need to learn how to separate that information to get, or that data to get real usable information. So I do think it's something that is going to happen in terms of how education is delivered at K through 12. But in terms of when you'll start back in the classroom, I can't say when that's going to occur. That's the State Board of Education is going to make that determination of whether you go back to school in 2 weeks or if it's something over. Let me say one more thing with regard to the education. While you are out of school, it's probably a good time to try to really work on perfecting your skills in an independent basis. Your next steps, maybe you decide to go to college or you decide to go into one of the professional trades, skills trades, it is really all based on you learning how to teach yourself. College, for the most part, is learning how to teach yourself. The professors and the teaching assistants put out the information to you, and you're the one that has to synthesize it and really make sure that you understand it. And when you get to the point where you can teach yourself, college and most of your educational process that goes on for the rest of your life becomes the same. And it's the same thing when you're talking about becoming a master electrician or a carpenter. Information is going to be provided to you, but you are going to be the one that's going to have to learn how to teach yourself going forward. So, you can take advantage of this time, and for some people, it's going to be empowering that you're able to then go back and focus on your weaknesses, whatever it is, as well as pursue those areas of interest. Read about those things that are of interest to you, be it history, be it mathematics, be it science and discovery, be it taking apart things and understanding how things work. It's in a sense, it's an opportunity for you to explore.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor.
Language or play the trumpet, or both. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Thank you so much. You've actually given us a gift of 5 extra minutes than what we were promised. So I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking this time to speak with us, and good job with the way you and the governor are handling the situation here in Maryland and keeping us all informed. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. And this has been enjoyable.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, yes, please. I love that.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, y'all. I'm so sorry about some of the technical issues that we had to deal with. But even still, we made it happen. And how great was that to be able to have our Lieutenant Governor come and spend some precious time with us to talk directly to our young people and to have one of our own, Ma, represent Baltimore's youth and have that one-on-one conversation with the Lieutenant Governor. So like, this is amazing. The time went by way too fast. And I feel like we probably could have asked them like a couple of more questions to kind of keep it going, but you always want to be respectful of people's time, and you always want to be respectful of the commitment that you make. So up front, and shout out to Mr. JB, who really worked hard to make this happen. But up front, his team had already said, you know, that they only had like 20 minutes because, as you can imagine, things are so crazy and it's a critical time right now. So for him to even bless us with that extra 5 minutes was really just like a big blessing. And I appreciate that. We definitely don't take that for granted. But she could have heard better. Yeah, I know. Fighting through the technical issues. I know. I'm sorry. We're definitely gonna try to see if we can schedule, you know, maybe like a part 2, hopefully when, you know, some of this stuff calms down and we may have a little bit more of his time. And if they remove some of the restrictions off of Zoom, because just kind of being transparent with you guys, that's the reason why we had to have this type of technical setup versus how we normally do with our other guests, because Zoom has some things to work out from a security perspective. And when you're working with, you know, government officials who are, you know, high up, you got to have certain things in place. So if anybody that works for or with Zoom, if you on this call, get y'all stuff together, man. Get y'all stuff together, fill in those holes with the security situation so that we can make sure that when we have stuff like this, we can still continue the way that we normally would. But thank you guys so much for just being involved and just for being there, because that's a big thing. He could have been anywhere in the world, but he was here with us, and that is definitely amazing. And thank you, Mr. JB, for making that happen, because you really worked to pull those strings for us. And yeah, Ma, you did a great job kind of moderating and leading the conversation. All of your questions were amazing, absolutely amazing. So we're going to finish up the rest of the time with Miss Mo. I don't know where she is. Oh, there she goes. She must have knew I was about to say her name. And we appreciate Miss Mo too, y'all. Shout out to Miss Mo for giving up part of her time to the governor. Like, we really appreciate that. Right, it's a big deal. There she go. Yeah.
Hey y'all.
What's up, Miss Mo? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can't complain at all. Thank you so much for giving up some of your time to allow the Lieutenant Governor to come on with us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And
No
thank you
problem.
too for holding it down on the testing tip when we was on there doing all these lives and testing and getting set up. You know, my setup is a little ghetto, getting all that ready and stuff. Thank you so much for going through with that. And you know, shout out to my mother too, who got on one of those test videos.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to everybody. Honestly.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. And we still made it happen. And like, that's the most important part, was that, you know, we still made it happen, because we could have easily just, you know, gave up on the whole tech situation. But I appreciate you guys for hanging in there with us, man.
Yeah, definitely. What y'all talk about earlier today?
Oh man, first of all, we had an amazing session with Hardcore. Like hardcore really talked us through not just what it's like to have mental issues and to be dealing with like mental health situations, but really gave like some practical tips and best practices that you can use like in the moment when you feel like you having like one of those episodes, or if you just feel like you want to be able to do things to even avoid getting into a crisis, or just how to get yourself through a crisis. Like that was amazing conversation. And then Anne, man, she took us around the globe. Like, yeah, poor Anne didn't even get to finish her PowerPoint. I don't even think
She's
she
been
got
so
2
many
slides
places.
in. I don't even think she got 2 slides in, but that wasn't even the thing. Like she had, and she started it off by saying, because I'm just, I'm so academia focused, da 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 da. She did a slideshow to kind of narrate everything, but we ended up going off of the kids' questions. So like, I
Nice.
just kind of let her, kind of tell us a little bit about herself. But then after that, the kids just had some of the amazing questions, and it ended up being just a real fruitful conversation. And Miss Ann is definitely somebody that I was saying that we definitely got to bring back, because we didn't have enough time for her to get into talking about how they can have some of these experiences during like their college experience. Cause like that's probably going to be a nice, easy, clean way to travel if you bulk it in with your learning and with your college. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're getting your education and you're also able to travel to all these amazing places. So, and she showed us some really cool pictures and stuff for some of the places that she's been. So that was really nice. And then you was here for the lieutenant governor. He did an amazing job, just talking to us and just being there.
Okay, that's cool. I was popping, of course, my usual popping in and out of the morning session. So I always like to recap because I always miss it live all the way. So
yeah, no, it's all good. We appreciate you. Yeah, Cam, today has really been a good day, man. Like, I don't think since we started that we had like a bad day, but definitely it get better and better. Like we kind of like fine wine or something like that.
Not fine wine.
Get better with time. Yo, wait till we get off of Rona, because y'all know people talk about us, right? And y'all know that, people kind of got the bug in the air, like, we should do something official, like official studio, official broadcast, and all that. So if and when that stuff start to come to fruition, my people who've been rocking on these success sessions since we started, my consistent folks, y'all gonna be the first ones I call. Hey, here's this train ticket to New York. meet me at the studio.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna have a bad day. I feel like it's like a perspective thing. So like, I don't think we're gonna have a bad day. We might have like some challenges. I don't think we're ever gonna have a bad day.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't have a bad day. Like when you learning and stuff like this, like no, and having these type of different experiences, you can't. And I told somebody on one of the conference calls, he was on a conference call this morning, and they were asking me to describe success sessions. And like one of the things I said to describe it was like, it's like this big ongoing conversation that never stops, and everybody contributes to the conversation. Like everybody brings something to the conversation, and that's kind of really like how I look at it. So I feel like there's just absolutely no possible way that we can have like a bad day. Maybe a topic might not interest you as much as the next topic, but that's still all in that whole mindset of being open to new things and learning new things and having those experiences and stuff.
Absolutely. All right, man. Here we go. So we started a little late today, y'all, but I think what we had today, it may be a continuing conversation, it may not be. But we're gonna see. So here we go with this. Give me 1 second.
Hey, you got more Mac sauce today.
I think you need to stop calling him Mac sauce.
Do y'all even know what I mean when I say Mac sauce? Look.
Yeah.
Because y'all know sometimes when people go to McDonald's, like how they love Mac sauce. People used to love Mac sauce. They will put Mac sauce on everything. Like they'll be asking for a fish sandwich with extra Mac sauce. I like yuck. But yes, mac sauce.
Yes, we know. Well, at least I know what mac sauce is.
Yeah, got the mac
But
sauce today.
here we go, y'all. So we always talk about growth mindset. We always talk about, like, keeping positive mindset as well. But actually the our voice session last night kind of inspired this topic today, because the whole topic was positive mindset. And when it was time for me to kind of share my experience with positive mindset and going into a growth mindset, um I had to, kind of be transparent and say, like, I have not always had that growth mindset. That's an everyday journey for me. And I definitely was like that negative person. I definitely was that negative presence. And I feel like a lot of, people, young people, just people in general also may resonate with that, because we always talk about growth mindset and we always say you should have one, but like, what do you do if you're just not at that place yet? Or what do you do if it's your first day one in HeartSmiles, and you don't even know what that is? So how do you kind of overcome some of those challenges that you may be facing? So shout out to Ken for picking out that topic last night to inspire kind of this today. So here we go. How do I know if I have a negative mindset? And it's going to be from a lens of, what can I do to become more positive versus what am I doing to be negative? You'll kind of see what I mean by that, hopefully. Okay, so a lot of, like, a characteristic of a person with that kind of negative personality, that negative mindset, is you let your past determine your future, or you're constantly dwelling on what happened in the past. And that can definitely stop your blessings, stop, your growth, stop your opportunities, and it can also just, stop you from taking necessary steps that you may have to take. So definitely let go of and learn from your past experiences. If you are put in a situation that may resemble a past situation, make different choices. Definitely just kind of don't not participate in that particular situation because you're scared, or because you think that a negative outcome is going to come out of it. Definitely just like learn, and definitely take that kind of, situation again and take it on head on. Take new opportunities, and look at your present and look to your future. Don't look at your past. So you may have had a past experience, you learn from it. There's no need to keep revisiting it. There's no need to keep, saying, okay, well, I did this wrong, this happened wrong. There's no need to do all of that. So definitely don't do that. So that's kind of that first kind of quality. Do, do, do. Another kind of characteristic of a person that may be more negative is constantly complaining. And I don't know who said it first or whatever, but somebody said, like, when there's a problem, you're not offering solutions. You're just like complaining. Like, that's definitely a characteristic of, a more negative person. So kind of take that, know that about yourself. If that's a quality that you have, stop complaining. So just eliminate all the complaints. Just eliminate all those complaints. If you have them, like, try to work out why you have them and try to see where that's coming from. But just eliminate those complaints, because complaining is just wasting your breath, wasting your time, wasting the people around you's time. And it's not offering a solution. So you stopped your complaints, figure out a solution. And if you don't have a solution, turn to someone or something that may have that solution, because we also have to recognize we're imperfect people. We don't have all the answers. So you may need help. You may need support. You may, just kind of need that little, push, or need new ideas in your brain in order to find that solution. So work together with people, or you can work by yourself and find that particular solution. Whatever negative thoughts that you're having, turn them into positive things. So if you find like, if you say like you're working on a project, let's say you're working on any type of project, so maybe an event that you have coming up, or a school project, or any type of project really, and you find that you don't have the resources that you need, you find that you just don't have the equipment that you need, right? Instead of saying like, I don't have the equipment, I don't know how I'm gonna get it, I don't know where it's gonna come from, so I can't do the project, think about where you can get the particular materials. You may not, maybe you don't get exactly what you want, but maybe you can be creative and create that particular piece of equipment. Maybe you can call somebody, maybe you know a resource that you can call or text or email or DM or whoever. You can say, hey, do you have this thing? Or hey, how can I do this particular task without this thing? Um, and so just kind of take be aware that you can always take a negative like thing and turn it into a positive thing. um so yeah, I'm gonna pause real quick. Oops. Any questions, comments, concerns so far?
No, you just got some agreement. Like James is clapping his hands, Stinker hollered at us, but no, this
Okay.
is a you already know you speak about language with this. Like this is stuff that I say every single day, and I don't think that there's one thing that you said yet that hasn't showed up in one of my jewels at some time or another.
Yeah, I might be watching the jewels
Hey.
every now and then. But also like just recognizing that you, well, I'm gonna get to the last, I'm gonna just wait till we get to the last slide and I'll say what I was about to say. um but yeah, just kind of recognizing myself as that negative person, and coming out of that. Now that doesn't mean that I'm every day, every minute of the day um a positive person, because that would be unreal of me to say right now, right? So I still am actively working through the negative mindset at times. Most of the time it's within myself. Most of the time it's not too much on other people. But I there was a time where it was reflecting on myself, and it was also projecting onto other people, and that's a big problem. That's a big problem. I was sharing yesterday um that like I used to call it like realism instead of like negativity, because I would classify myself as a realist, versus like if somebody was saying something to me or proposing something to me, I'd be like, okay, well, is this really going to happen? Is this something that can actually happen, or are you just like fantasizing? And that wasn't realism. That was definitely shooting people down. That was definitely bringing negativity into what could have been a very positive situation. So this topic, like I said in the beginning, is important to me, and I think it'll be important to others as well. Yeah, here we go. Forgive yourself. So the next kind of quality that I'm going to talk about is just kind of like, some people operate from a negative mindset because um they're not forgiving themselves, or they're placing blame on themselves for situations. And so or they, yeah, it, and this quality kind of comes from placing blame on yourself over anything else, because a lot of times if you place blame on yourself, it'll stop you from doing another thing, but it'll also just kind of make you feel bad, like just on a very basic level. Like it'll make you feel bad and make you feel it, like these negative emotions make you feel angry, sad, whatever. And you just need to forgive yourself for whatever you're holding on to. Forgive yourself for making that mistake. Forgive yourself for what you think you may have caused. And just like don't and get into the practice of don't place blame on yourself, but also don't place blame on other people. Because I can blame myself all day long, but then it also is a problem when I'm like, oh, well, you did this wrong, so that's why we failed, or you did this wrong because, and our project didn't get finished. You did this wrong, and that's why my money got stolen. Like all this other shit, placing blame, that's still not making a solution. At the end of the day, that particular, whatever situation that outcome was, if somebody did steal your money, I'm gonna say that because I did, I ended kind of there. But if somebody did steal your money, that don't replace your money. You saying, oh, well, it's your fault, because it's your fault that my money got stolen. Okay, but you still broke. You still don't got no money. So, so, so just focus on that again, that solution based approach, because placing blame can also be a waste of time. And still, we're not going to revisit our situations, and we're still going to learn from our mistakes. Yeah. And I kind of included this image because it's like breaking yourself free from the things that may be holding you down or holding you back. There we go. And this one is kind of the last quality that we're going to talk about before we end off today. But you can also know that you have a negative mindset or a negative personality when people stop talking to you. Like people will just stop talking to you, stop inviting you to places, blocking you, doing things that clearly tell you that they don't want to be associated with you. And I mean, of course, people block people, stop being friends with people for a number of reasons, but this is an indicator of how, like, you can turn off people and you can just kind of continue, you can know that you're constantly bringing negativity into the space. So things that you can do to stop that, right? So wear a smile on your face. Just be, inviting. A lot of times, like if you just sit there and you're not feeling good, or you're not feeling like you want to contribute positively, if you just smile, you'll feel better. And that's like corny, right? Because like, especially if you're mad, you're not trying to just sit there and smile. But it really does restore your mood, and it makes you feel better instantly. So definitely that, or a smile, be positive. That kind of goes without saying because that's been the theme of this whole kind of thing. And if you find yourself being cut off from your friends, if you find yourself being, kind of cut out of situations and isolated from situations, and you want to, kind of adopt that positive mindset, and you want to have those conversations with people, rekindle those relationships, and then heal from whatever kind of cut them off in the first place. So if y'all had a disagreement, if that person is mad at you or just doesn't want to be around you because you have a negative mindset, if you're personally experiencing negativity in your life from trauma or any past situations that you have had, be open to healing from all of those things. And it's definitely a longer list than that, but be open to healing from those things. You have to heal yourself, heal your relationships, and you may present an opportunity to heal somebody else, or may present an opportunity to tell somebody else about your story, which can also be inspiring, and allow others to heal from this for themselves. So just be inviting, be open, and just be aware, like, of your surroundings. If people are starting to drop off, of friends and family, like, nah, you can't come to my function. Definitely ask those questions and definitely kind of do an evaluation with yourself. So yeah, I don't know what's happening in the comments right now. You want to read
Oh
them
no,
for me
your
real quick?
comments are blowing up with some good stuff. Yeah, for sure. So let me see. Seth said, I find gratitude helpful when trying to stay positive. I think that's a great one. And we talked about
Yeah.
that, I think, like last week where you were talking about it was either you or Miss Mo talking about one of the best ways to help yourself get through something is to help somebody else. Like just to be kind to somebody else. So I love that. Cam
Absolutely.
said, I love a smile. And Cam, I don't know if I can't normally I can read through all y'all typos, but
It
I
makes
think it's
me
supposed to
smile, I
say it
think.
makes me smile. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
okay.
it makes me smile.
That one was a little hard, baby girl. You put me in the straight ghetto with that one.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
and, and Seth was saying too that every youth needs to hear this, and all adults too. And then I was telling him about Miss Trina's favorite saying about adultism. That's why we don't really deal with the adults because they don't be trying to hear what we're trying to say. But he said,
That's
for
right.
real, it definitely takes a minute to get through to them, like for sure. But all this stuff, hopefully, if you guys are taking it in, it'll carry you through that transition into adulthood, and hopefully most of it will stick as your foundation, and you'll find it helpful when you face those challenges and issues that will challenge your integrity, that will challenge your morals, and that will challenge your values and things like that. If you got a strong foundation, which we hope that we're helping you guys build, then you won't have the problem of some of these adults that just being hard-headed,
Ugly, just ugly.
stuck in
just
their ways for no
just a hot
reason.
mess.
Yeah. But let me not talk about my people because I'm an adult. Yeah.
And like you acting like, you know what? We're not gonna have this conversation. It's okay. It's all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, so we kind of talked about, a few of the qualities of a negative person, but like, what do you do if you classify as a positive person, you classify as somebody with a positive mindset, and you just, you kind of want to be a support for somebody with a negative mindset. I kind of talked about a little bit earlier, but let's say it's somebody's day one in HeartSmiles, and I'm just going to use that example because that's what we had. But somebody's day one, it's somebody's day two, and they not
They
there
ain't
yet.
making it. Bye.
Anyway, and you're not Miss Joni. Your name is not Miss Joni. So let's say you want to be let's say you want to be a support for that person, because that person, you invited that person is your friend, that's your close friend, that's your sister, that's your brother, that's your niece, that's your whoever. That's somebody that you love and that's important to you. Take them scissors out my comments because we not cut people off today. So give us some grace, right? Just some grace, because what if they have never just been exposed to positivity at all? Like, what if they just are a victim to whatever may be around them? So that may be trauma, that may be just family life, friend life, work life, school life, whatever. Let's just say that they're victims to that. Give some grace. Definitely, using the opportunity to be a change agent, because you can be that person or that thing that changes their mindset from a negative to a positive thing. Especially if you're doing positive things, you're surrounding yourself with positive people, you're putting yourself in a place to be a role model for that person, and you may not even know. So so definitely give a little bit of grace. If they just not getting it, okay, you can hit them scissors, okay, you can hit that cutoff. But give some, and then just be understanding. Understand where that negativity is coming from. Give them an opportunity. Have a one-on-one session with them, like, hey, I noticed that you're experiencing certain things. I noticed that, your mindset may not be, as positive yet, but what can I do to help you? What can I do to support you? And why are you going through these things? Do you need to talk? Are these things that, do you need support, outside support from someone else? And just understand them a little bit better. And like I said, if they just don't get it, it's weeks and months and years. All right, maybe not years, but all right, then maybe that cutoff. But definitely be in position to be a change agent and be understanding. Um, and so yeah, y'all, my time is pretty much over. I had like 25 minutes, but it's pretty much it, but that's okay. That's kind of what I wanted to do. We can dive deeper into this, or dive deeper into any questions that y'all may have in a future session, but kind of wanted to talk about that. I was inspired.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Mo. This was very, very helpful. And I appreciate this type of conversation because everybody that knows anything about HeartSmiles, like your first couple of conversations are all around the mindset, are all around this type of thing. And that's why I say like HeartSmiles ain't necessarily for everybody, because you gotta at least want to be successful. You gotta at least want to do better. The how and the why and all the logistical stuff will help you figure that out. But this stuff right here, this mindset stuff, I'm so over trying to convince people that they can do better and that they should want to do better. I'm wasting zero time. Zero time. That's why I'm glad I got good team members who got a little more patience than me, y'all. Joni, I have zero patience for any of that. Absolutely not. Like, nah. Not about to sit around here and let you feel sorry for yourself. Not about to sit around here and let you think that your problems are greater than anybody else's problems and that your problems can't be solved or that you can't still move forward despite where you came from. Not giving into none of that. And that negative mindset is so contagious. It's like cancer. So once you let one person in, other people get infected. It's worse than Rona. Not doing it. Not doing it. But our time is really,
Yeah, no. I mean, it definitely, just real quick, it definitely is definitely contagious. And I think that's kind of what happened to me. Like I was surrounding myself with those negative people. But I was also just around it, not by choice. And just like some of the things that I was dealing with in myself. But like, yes, if you're entering into HeartSmiles, you definitely have to be a different kind of person. You definitely have to be success oriented, success minded. But like I said, if it's day one, give some grace.
stay away from me then if you need that kind of
That's
grace.
fine. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
Yeah. Y'all go to Miss Mo. I'm out of grace for that kind of stuff. Not for that. Like, yo, look at our city. Look at what's going on with our young people. Like, if that's not enough for you to say, I gotta do better for myself and for the people coming up after me, if that's not enough, then you and I have absolutely nothing in common. Kid or no kid. So you know what? I'll holler at you when you've at least gotten to the point where we can have a conversation about solutions and what can be done. Because it's easy to talk about the problems. It's easy to hop on, all of the negative stuff. That's easy, man. Don't give me none of that. Don't give me none of that.
Don't give Miss Joni none of that.
Don't give Miss Joni none of that. I'm over it. But all right, y'all. We are truly, truly done with our time. Ms. Mo, thank you so much for sharing your time with the Lieutenant Governor and for this powerful conversation. Y'all, we got Miss Kaitlyn. Y'all go on y'all break for our come back here at 2:00. Bring your hardest academic questions. We had our team meeting last night, and Miss Kaitlyn, like, where all these packets at? We got a few people who are bringing their packets consistently, and we're working through a lot of those packets with the classwork and the homework and stuff like that. But we definitely need more. So if you know somebody, tell somebody, bring their packet, bring their work. That's what we are focusing on to make sure that we are doing our part in getting people up the grade level. Y'all know Miss Kaitlyn is extremely thorough. Even if you can't on the lesson, because they are recorded and you can go back, just still send us your work or just jump on, give us your work and let us work through it. And then you can go back and look at it when you can. But I'll see y'all back at 2:00. Ms. Mo, will you tomorrow at 11?
12? What?
12. Oh, my bad. Oh,
Mr. Albert's tomorrow.
Mr. Albert tomorrow at 11, y'all.
Yeah.
And that's going to be cool because his book, Are Y'all Hiring, is a guide for youth in terms of like the professional world and getting a job and all those things that we talk about when it comes to professional growth and navigating just this whole world of, corporate America and growth and job development. So I'm excited for his session tomorrow. But I'll see y'all back here at 2:00.
Let me do my jewel real quick for Cam get mad at me in the comments.
All right, go ahead and do your jewel, man. Can you click over this so we can see you clearly for
I'm
your
sorry.
jewel?
All right, that's fine.
So we can see you clearly for you. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna get into the practice of just put my jewel in whatever I have. That way I won't forget to do it. So
Oh
the jewel
no.
is what, I can't do it like that? I can't do
No,
it like that?
you said, hi, then it ain't gonna be a jewel. You didn't mean you didn't already mixed it in. No, your jewel gotta be separate. That's why it's the
All right.
jewel.
Anyway, here we go. Be a solution seeker, not a complaint causer. There we go. Bye.
Hey, okay. A solution seeker, not a complaint causer. I love it. I love it. Hey, and shout out to Mr. Seth that's on here, y'all. He said he listening to this while he changing his oil. Like,
Oh,
yo,
nice.
way to multitask. Way to multitask. And
Thank you.
yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, shout out to you, Seth. Oh, can't say post the schedules. I know. We got to figure out a better way to post like all of our guest speakers and stuff like
We
that.
got it.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah. I know, because y'all sick of Instagram and so am I. But that's what we got right now. But no, we're gonna figure it out, Kim. We absolutely have to figure it out. So, all right, y'all. I see y'all back here at 2:00. Y'all make sure y'all tell people to bring their academic work so we can get down and dirty with some of that. Thank you, Ms. Mo. We'll see you tomorrow at 12.
See you tomorrow at 12.
All right.
All right. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. We are back. Success sessions. Man, we got the academic portion coming up. Miss Kaitlyn should be joining us in just a second. Yo, we had a day, didn't we? We had a really, really, really good day. Started it off with Miss Simone Hardcore talking all things mental health and just how to get yourself through crisis and stuff like then Miss Ann taking us basically around the world. We got to live through her experiences, which was absolutely amazing. And then getting to chat with the Lieutenant Governor today. Great, great, great experience. And of course, Miss Mo will always bring it. And here go Miss Kaitlyn, y'all.
Hey, Miss Joe.
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm blessed. We had a really good day today.
Yeah, tell me about it so far.
Yeah, so first of all, you know Hardcore. She always do a great job. She talked about more on like the mental health, but really was digging into how people can help get through crisis and stuff like that when they having a hard time, which was really good. And Anne, I don't know if you know Ann Herbert, but she's a postdoc and we basically got to live through her experiences. She's been everywhere.
Whoa.
And she's in Germany now. So like she just took us through like her experiences, places she's been, showed us some real cool pictures. Really nice. And then we talked to the Lieutenant Governor.
Oh yeah. How did that go?
That was exciting. It was cool. It was cool. Ma actually represented, so he kind of moderated, asked all the questions and stuff like that. It was really nice.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
It was really nice. Yeah.
Cool. That's good. Nice. Okay. Well, I asked a few people if they wanted to come on today and they said they were a little bit busy. So I think that it's just you and me today and we'll be talking about some more algebra stuff, a little bit different than what we've been doing, but yeah. So
That's cool. Hey, look, let's do it. And if anybody else jumps on, if y'all got some work, y'all already know Miss Kaitlyn got it, man.
yeah, I see that Cam said hi and I love that. Cam, if you want to jump on, you're more than welcome to.
Yay.
I am gonna share.
I gotta get fancy like you.
I just got a couple chords, a couple things. Yeah, it's really helpful. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Cool.
Exponential growth.
Yes. So this is actually part of Mars packet. And so he asked me if I could go through. He wasn't able to come on today, but he said he's going to go back and rewatch the video. So yeah, we're going to walk through it. This is a little different than the lessons that we've done in the past, because in the past I've just sort of been writing notes and haven't really been going along with like a worksheet or a packet. But I think this will be helpful because it'll give us like a real example and hopefully people will be able to apply it to what they're learning. So we're talking about exponential growth and US population and world population, which seems like a really fitting topic because these same curves that we're going to see, they're kind of the same curves that we are seeing with the COVID number of cases. And so I'll make that connection a little bit later, but yeah, so we'll just jump right in. So we're starting up here with example number 1. So this says that Callie and Joe are examining the population data in the graphs below for a history report. Okay, here are their comments. So Callie says, it looks like the US population grew the same amount as the world population, but that can't be right, can it? And then Joe says, well, I don't think they grew by the same amount, but they grew at the same rate. Look at the slopes. Okay, so Callie and Joe are getting at this concept that what they're looking at are these graphs down here, and they're saying, okay, so I see one slope here and I see one slope here.
and they're trying to compare those two slopes. Okay. And we see that on this side, we have the world population, and on this side, we have the US population. And so Callie was like, it looks like they grew the same amount, right? Because the distance from top to bottom on both seems like it's about the same, right? And then Joe was like, well, I don't know if they grew the same amount, but they grew at the same rate because of the slopes. And so he's really looking at this slope and saying this line is parallel to this line. And since they're parallel, that means that they're the same slope. Okay, so our job is to say, Callie and Joe, are you right or wrong? Right? So if I'm coming down here to part A, it's asking us, is Callie's observation correct? Okay, and remember that Callie's observation was that they grew the same amount. She was basing that off the fact that this from here to here is about the same as from here to here. Okay, this distance. Okay, so what do we think about that? My first thought is, well, we didn't really actually look at what our graphs are showing us, right? So if we look at our graphs, if we look at the x-axis, which is this one, okay, this one, and we look at our y-axis, which is this one, okay? So we have to look at our x-axis and our y-axis on both. It looks like our x-axis shows us the year from 1950 to 2000, okay? And then the y-axis shows us the population in millions. Okay, but there's something really important that's different about these two plots. And that's that the numbers on the y-axis are different, right? So we can see that for this one, for the world population, it goes 0, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all the way up to 7,000. Okay, and this is in millions, so it's 7,000 million or 7 billion. And then the population for the US goes 0, 50, 100, all the way up to 300. Okay, so there's a difference between these two graphs, even though they look the same at face value. When you actually look at the numbers on the y-axis, the numbers are different. And we say that in this case, or in the case when the numbers are different, we say that the scales are different. Okay, so coming back to Callie's comment, when she said, looks like the US population grew the same amount as the world population, is that right? No, it's not right. Okay, so Callie's observation is not correct, because Callie didn't look at the scale. She didn't look at the numbers on the y-axis. Okay, so I'm gonna write here, no, Callie's observation is not correct because the scales on the y-axis are different. Okay. What about the x-axis? We didn't really talk about that one other than just to say what it was, but we can actually see that on the x-axis, it starts at 1950 and it goes up to 2000 in the world population. And then for the US population, starts at 1950 and goes up to 2000. So those are the same. Okay, so we don't really have to worry about the x-axis, the scale in this case, okay, because they're the same. The only thing that's different is the scales on the y-axis. Okay, so then we say, okay, well, maybe Joe's correct, right? So remember that Joe said, I don't think they grew by the same amount, which they didn't, but they sure grew at the same rate. So let's dig into this a little bit, okay? So actually, let's break this up into two different sections, growing by the same amount and then growing at about the same rate. Okay, so we said that the scales are different. And so what we have to do to figure out the amount that they changed is we have to look at the number of people, the population in 2000, in the world population versus 1950. And then we'll look at the population for the US in 2000 versus 1950. Okay, so I'll take these one by one. for the world population, okay, in 1950, the population was, it looks like, let me erase some of these like little things. It looks like it was about 2,500 people, or 2,500 million people. Okay, so I'm gonna say we had 2,500. Okay, and then I look up at the 2000 and I see what the population was in millions, and it was 6,000. Okay, so in 2000, the population was 6,000 people. Okay, so now that I have these two numbers, I can find the difference between them in order to figure out how much it changed in that amount of time. So I can do 6,000 minus 2,500, and this is going to give me 3,500. Okay, so if I was going to put this into a sentence, I would say the world population changed by 3,500 million people from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so we have the first one. And I'm gonna shrink it down just a little bit so that I have a little more space. And then I'm gonna do the US population. Okay, so for the US population, we're gonna do the same exact thing. We're gonna do 1950 and look at their population. And so we see that it was 150. And then we'll go to 2000 and we'll look, and it looks like it's around 275. Okay, 275. So I can calculate the difference between these numbers by doing 275 minus 150. And this is going to give us, oh, testing my knowledge, 125. Okay, so we found the difference. Again, what we did here was we found the difference between the populations in 1950 to 2000 for both the world population and the US population. Okay, and now we want to compare them, because remember that Joe up here said, I don't think they grew by the same amount. So here are our two amounts, 3,500 and 125. Are those equal? No, they're not equal, right? So that part of Joe's statement is actually correct. Okay, they didn't grow by the same amount. But then he's saying, but they grew at the same rate. Okay, and the reason why Joe is saying this again is because he's looking at these two lines right here and he's saying they're pretty much parallel. And we know that parallel lines, when they're on the same scale, they have the same slope, or they grow at the same rate. Okay, but we know now that these two graphs are not on the same scale. Okay, so are they still going to grow at the same rate? Well, let's figure it out. In order to find out what the rate is, we need to take this number that it grew by, so 3,500, and divide it by the number of years that have passed. Okay, so 3,500 divided by, and how many years have passed from 1950 to 2000? Well, I could do a little math in the margin. 2000 minus 1950 equals 50 years. Okay, so 50 years have passed. Okay, so I'm going to take this number, the 3,500, and I'm going to divide it by 50. Okay, and this is going to give me the rate of change, or the amount of population that grew in one single year. Okay, so I actually need to do this on a calculator because I do not know. So 3,500, don't laugh at me, Joni. All right, so we got 70. Okay, so 70, just to be clear, 70 is the rate of change. Okay, now I can do the same exact thing with the US population. I'm going to divide 125 by 50. And why am I dividing it by 50? It's a different graph. Yes, but remember that the scales on the x-axis, the years are the same for both graphs. Okay, so we can divide by 50 years because it's showing us change over 50 years. Okay, and so if we do 125 over 50, we get 2.5. Okay, and again, 2.5 is the rate of change. Okay, so let's compare them. This is pretty obvious to us. Is 70 the same as 2.5? No way, right? 70 is a lot bigger than 2.5. Okay, so the rate of change or the rate of growth for the world was a lot bigger than the rate of change for the US. Okay, so come back to the question and we say, is Joe's observation correct? Why or why not? I'm just gonna write no over here. And then we showed our work to show why it's not the same. Okay, so if you're filling this out, you might have to write something out, write a sentence that explains it, but you should be able to write one out based on what we did. Okay. Okay. Cool. So let's go down then. All right. Let me just make sure I'm on the right thing. Okay, so the next thing that it asks us to do is use the world population graph to estimate the percent increase in the world's population from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so to give you an example of this, I could say, I want to figure out what percentage it's changing by. So I want to say, oh, the world's population changed by 200% or it increased by 200%. Okay, and that would mean that the population doubled. Or nope, if it increased by 100%, that would mean that it doubled. Okay, so we're giving it a percent amount that it is changing from one time to another. Okay, I'm trying to think of an example. If you're saying like, if I gave you $1 right now, right? And then you invest that dollar and say tomorrow you have $2, right? Then your growth would have been 100%, right? Because you're doubling your amount. Okay, so you're changing it by 100%. So that's what we're doing. We want to figure out what percentage the world's population changed by from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so let's just check it out up here, and I'm going to erase some of these so that it's nice and clean for us. Okay, so we are looking again at just this one, the world population, and we want to see the percent change from 1950 to 2000. Okay, the way that we do that, the way that we find the percent increase is by looking at the first number, the difference between the first number and the second number, and then dividing it by the first number. Okay. Another way that you could think about this is you're doing the start amount minus the end amount divided by the start amount. Okay. And one important thing to remember that I guess it's actually the absolute value of these. And so I'm putting these bars here, and that means absolute value. What the absolute value means is it doesn't matter if it's negative, if the answer is negative, you're always going to make it positive. Okay, so for example, if I had a -2 and I put the absolute value signs around it, that would just make it a 2. Okay, so the absolute value signs just like cancel out any negatives and they just make it positive, which is pretty cool because negatives are kind of confusing sometimes. Okay, so we are going to take our starting amount or our starting world population, and I'll write it here. So our start is in 1950 and our end is in 2000. Okay, so again, our start was here, 2,500, and our end was here, 6,000. Okay, so I'm gonna fill those in. Our start is 2,500 and our end is 6,000. Okay, once we know those two numbers, we can just fill them into our equation. Okay, and this is gonna give us the percent increase. So I'm gonna do the start, 2,500, minus the end population, which is 6,000. And I'm gonna then divide it by the start population, which is 2,500. Okay, but remember, these are gonna be the absolute value of the top. Okay, so when I do 2,500 minus 6,000, what I'm gonna get is negative 3,500, but because it's an absolute value, we can get rid of that negative and just say 3,500. Okay, and then we didn't do anything to the denominator to the bottom, so we're just going to move that over. So it's 3,500 divided by 2,500. Okay, and now we can just divide. So when we divide 3,500 divided by 2,500, we get 1.4. Okay, not quite done though, because remember that we wanted this in a percent, right? And if we want it in a percent, then we always have to multiply it by 100%. Okay, that's how we get something into a percentage. We take the number and we multiply it by 100% in order to make it a percent. So if we take 1.4 and we multiply it by 100%, we get 140%. Okay, so the growth, maybe I'll write this down. The world population increased 140% from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so this is our answer for this question. It increased by 140%. Okay, and remember we said that 100% means that it doubled. So the world population, this is pretty crazy. The world population more than doubled in 50 years. That's crazy, y'all. That's like some of your grandparents or your great-grandparents, or yeah, like since they've been alive, the world population has over doubled. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Okay, so now let's see what it's asking us next. Now use the US population graph to estimate the percent increase in the US population from the same time period. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, but we are just now doing it for the US population. Okay, so the equation though is going to be the same. So let's see, in 1950, the start, and in 2000, the end. Okay, so I'm just going to fill these in so that we have them, and then we can fill in our equation. So I'm going to go back up to our graphs. And this time we are using the US population. So I'm going to outline it. Okay, and in 1950, we can see that there were 150. And then in 2000, there was about 275. Okay, so 150 and then 275. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use this equation up here where we have our start and our end over our start. And we're going to say 150 minus 275 the absolute value of that divided by 150. Okay, so if I do 150 minus 275, what I'm gonna get is negative 125. But remember that the absolute values cancel out this negative, and so I just end up with 125. Okay, and then I did nothing to the bottom, so I'm gonna just move the denominator over, 150. So what I have now is 125 divided by 150. And that gives us 0.83. But we haven't calculated the percent yet, so we have to multiply it by 100%. And this is going to give us, what is it going to give us? 83. Okay, so it's going to give us 83%. Okay, so 83%. So let's think about that. Just, this is our answer, I guess, and we can write it out. The US population increased 83% from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so there's our answer. But let's just stop and think about it for a second, what this means. We saw that with the world population, it increased by 140%. So that means that the population more than doubled for the world population. But in the US, it increased by 83%. Okay, so it still increased. It's not like it stayed the same or decreased, still increased, but it didn't hit that 100% mark, which means that the population in the US didn't double from 1950 to 2000. Okay, so it's growing, but it's not growing as fast as the other parts of the world are growing. So this is actually, and this is sort of a side note, but this is actually a trend for countries that are considered more high income countries, right? So high income countries like the US or countries in Europe, like England or France, those countries are having slower growth. They're still growing, the population is still growing, but it's not growing as fast. And then in some other countries, they're considered low or middle income countries, their populations are growing faster. And so these are countries like India. India is like the fastest growing country, which is why I bring it up. Some countries in Africa, those are countries that are having very fast growth. So they're having a lot of babies and not very many people, and fewer people are dying, I should say, right? And so these countries that are the more low income countries are the ones that are making the world population growth grow a lot faster. Whereas countries like the US and other high income countries, they're not growing as fast. So they're not contributing as much to this world population growth. Okay, so that's just to give it a little context for this question. Okay, oh, and we actually just answered the next question. So the next question is, how does the percent increase for the world population compare to that for the US population over the same period? So we just answered that the US population is growing slower than the world population. Okay, and I'm just shortening population to pop, okay, just so you know. Okay, the next question is asking about linear versus exponential population growth. So these are just concepts that you kind of have to know, and maybe you learned them before, but I'll show you a picture of what each of them look like, and then we can decide what these graphs indicate. Okay, so I'll start with linear. And a linear growth looks like this, a straight line. And I know that it's a straight line because the word linear literally has the word line in it. Okay, so I know that a linear graph is going to be a straight line. Okay, the next one is exponential. Okay, and exponential growth, there's no trick to it. You just kind of have to know. It's more of like a J-shaped curve, right? This is the letter J. This is what a J-shaped curve kind of looks like. Okay, so it's not a straight line, it's a curved line. Okay, so if we look at these two graphs up here, what do these look like? Well, to me, these look like straight lines, right? This line is like this line is like this. If it was exponential, it might look more like this and this, right? It would be a curved line. Okay, so these lines in my mind are linear. Okay, so I'm gonna circle linear. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little smaller so it fits. Okay, so we don't have exponential, we have linear. Because we have linear, we can write a linear formula or a linear equation that goes along with this. Okay, so this G tells us to write an explicit formula for the sequence that models the world population growth from 1950 to 2000 based on the information in the graph. Okay, and then it tells us, just like we knew, in 1950, the population was 2,500. And then in 2000, the population was 6,000. Okay, and it's telling us to use the variable t to represent the number of years after 1950. Okay, in order to solve this equation or in order to answer this question, we have to remember what the equation for a line looks like. Okay, so our equation for a line always follows the same formula, and it looks like this: y equals mx plus b. Okay, so in this case, we've seen y a lot and we've seen x a lot. Those are just variables that are very common to us. But the ones that might be confusing are the m and the b. Okay, the m represents the slope of a line, and the b represents what's called the y-intercept. Okay, hopefully this is jogging a little bit in your brain. So if I'm looking at a graph like this, okay, and I have a line, the y-intercept is the place where the line meets the y-axis. Okay, so I guess if I had this, if I number this 3, 2, 1, number this 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if this was my graph, I'll zoom in a little bit. If this was my graph, then the y-intercept for this line would be the place where it intercepts the y-axis. And we can see that that point is 1. Okay, so our y-intercept, or our b, would equal 1. Okay, the slope is a little bit more complicated. So m is the slope, and the slope represents the change in y, or the change in the y-axis, divided by the change in the x-axis. Okay, so what does that mean? That means for every time that x increases by 1, how much does the y-axis increase? Okay, so we can just draw it out right here. If this increases by 1 from 0 to 1, how much does our y-axis increase? Okay, and I can go up, and let's just say that it equals 1. We'll make our dot a little bit big. Okay, so here we would have a change in x of 1 and a change in y of 1. And so our slope would equal 1 over 1, which is just 1. Okay, so hopefully you've heard this stuff before and this isn't totally new for you. So I'm just jarring your memory a little bit for what the slope and the intercept are, because this is going to help us write our line. Okay, So if I go back to our question over here, I'm going to make this small so it's not distracting for us. If we go over here, we know that we're starting from 1950 and we're going up to 2000. And we have a change in the population of 2,500 to 6,000. Okay, so right away, we can fill in one of these letters, either the M or the B. The one that's easier to figure out is the y-intercept. Okay, and this is where this is basically your starting point. So our starting point here is 2,500. Am I doing this right? I'm just gonna double check myself just to make sure. Okay, so we can fill in our B. So now we have y equals mx plus 2,500. And again, the reason why I'm filling in 2,500 is if we go back over here, right? We're starting at 0 on this graph, but if I drew another graph like this, I could start at 1950, right? And I could go all the way up until 2000, right? So here we were starting at 0 on this up above, but here we're starting at 1950. And that's why 1950 is the starting point for our y-axis. That's why we can fill in the B, okay? Okay, now we have to fill out the M. And remember, the M is a little bit different. But luckily, we've actually done this already. The M is the rate of change or the rate of growth. And remember that we already did that up here. We figured out that the rate of change for the world population is 70. Okay, so I'm going to walk us through it one more time, but just to let you know, we already did the work up here, so that can help us. Okay, so I'm going to show you down here that our rate of change is the change that happened. So it's 6,000 minus 2,500. This is the amount that it changed over 50 years. Okay, so when I get this, 6,000 minus 2,500 is 3,500 divided by 50. And what that gives us is 70. Okay, so now we can finish filling in our equation. So our final equation is going to be y equals 70x plus 2,500. Okay, and just because this is a little side, this is not that important, but just because they asked us for it, they wanted us to use a t instead of an x, so we can just fill that in. Okay, so really the equation is going to be y equals 70t plus 2,500. Okay, so this is the equation for the line. Okay, and what that means is if we plug in any number, we could plug in to t, so we could plug in 1950, 1960, 1970, we will be able to figure out what the population would be at that time point. Okay, yeah, so this tells us if we plug in any number for t, any year for t, that will tell us what the population will be at that year. Okay. Okie dokie, last few. And Mar went up to this point. So we are going to also go up to that point. So we're going to do A, B, and C. Okay. So now we have a new graph. So that's exciting because I was getting tired of the old graphs. Okay. The new graph we have still shows the world population, but it shows it to us in a slightly different way. Okay, let me zoom in on it. And I'll give you a second to like check it out. What is different about this graph compared to the last one? Well, let's check out the x-axis. Okay, the x-axis, remember that we were looking at before, we were looking at that time period from that maybe our grandparents have been alive, right? 1950 to 2000. So that right here, that was only this little tiny part of this graph. Now this graph goes back way back to 1700. Okay, so we are now looking at the year 1700 to 2000, and we're going to look at the world growth during that time. Okay, so this is asking us, how is this graph similar to the world population graph in example 1, and how is it different? Okay, so let's scroll back up. We already know one thing that's different. Actually, something that's different is that we're looking at 1700 to 2000. Okay, so we're looking at more years in this one than we were in the last one. Okay, something that is the same, let's see, something that I'm going to be on the lookout for. I'm looking at this y-axis and I want to know, is this y-axis the same or is it different than the y-axis from above? So I'm going to go up and look. So it goes from 0 to 7,000. And this one goes from 0 to 7,000. So the y-axis is actually the same in both of these graphs. And now the x-axis is different. Okay, so same, cool. We have the same y-axis. Okay, and I guess different, I could have said more years or different x-axis. Okay, the x-axis is different. The other thing though, there's another thing that's different about these, and it's a really, really important difference. Remember how up here, I'm gonna scroll up. Remember how up here we were just talking about linear equations or linear functions, things that were a straight line. So check this out. This one's a straight line, but let's look at the shape of the other one. Okay. The shape of this one is not linear, right? If it was linear, it would be a straight line kind of like this, but it's not. It's actually a curve. Okay, the graph is a curve. So that's something that's really different and really important. And remember that we talked about that there are kind of these two different types that we could have had, and we could have had linear or we could have had exponential, right? So this graph is showing us exponential growth. Okay, so that's something else that is different. This one is showing us exponential. And the reason why we know that is because it's a curved line. It's not a straight line. Okay, so the next question is asking us, does the behavior of the graph from 1950 to 2000 match that shown on the graph in example 1? Okay, so all this is asking us is to zoom in, look only at 1950 to 2000. So this portion right here. Okay, and it's asking us, is this the same or is it different? Well, I would argue that it looks a little bit different because it's kind of smashed, right? But really, it's the same. And how do I know it's the same? It's because this is a straight line. Okay, so the line from 1950 to 2000 is a straight line, but the whole graph itself is a curve. Okay, so 1950 to 2000 is just a part. So does the behavior of the graph from 1950 to 2000 match what's shown in example 1? Yes, it does, because they're both straight lines. Whoops. Okay. So the last question is saying, why is the graph from example 1 somewhat misleading? Okay, and this is kind of a tough question because, I mean, you could say a lot of different things. But what I would say is it's misleading because we're only looking at a very short amount of time. And when you're looking at a short amount of time, you're not really getting the whole big picture, right? So when you're looking at this short amount of time, it looks like the growth in the world, the population growth, is linear. But when you look at the bigger picture, when you take a step back and you say, how has the population of the world actually grown? It's grown in more of an exponential way, in a curved way, rather than a line. Okay, so I think what it's getting at in this question is just to say, like, if you're just given like a piece of the pie, if you're just given a little slice of information, make sure that you don't just take that information at face value. Make sure that you take a step back and try to see the whole big picture in order to understand what's going on, right? And that's a lesson that you can take in math, but you can also take in the world in general, right? If somebody tells you like this piece of information and they're saying like, oh, so-and-so said something about you, right? That's just a little sliver of the pie. You might need to take a step back and say like, what was the whole conversation about, or what was the context for this? And so you're not getting sucked into that little tiny piece of information. Okay, so I'm just gonna write down, I'm gonna say example 1 is only a small piece of information and not giving us the whole big picture. Okay, and I'm gonna say a small piece of information and it was showing us linear growth when really it is exponential growth. Okay, that's all the questions, but the last thing I wanna say is sort of just another big picture thing about population growth. And remember how we said like the population of the Earth over more than doubled in the past 50 years. That's pretty insane. But if you look at it from like 1700 to 1950, the growth was a lot slower, right? So it didn't actually, it looks like it maybe doubled, it maybe like tripled in that time period, but that's like 250 years, right? And so it's kind of crazy to think about that our population in the past 50 years is like growing so much more. And like, what are the things that are contributing to that? Okay, so that's just some food for thought for you to think about of like, why is the population growing so much faster now than it was in the past? But that is all I have for us today.
Man, this was amazing. That was a great lesson. That was a great lesson,
Wow.
Miss Kaitlyn. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
A little bit different than what we've been doing, but hopefully still helpful.
Yeah, no, very helpful. And then plus, I told you, Emma been like tracking the numbers and stuff. So people go back and watch this. So like,
That's great.
yeah, on average, your videos get about 30 or 40 more views. People
That's
going back
awesome.
looking at stuff. So
Glad
yeah,
that
I'm
people are
happy
using
about
that.
that. Yes.
Yeah, I guess maybe if hopefully people are watching, send me questions, send me things that I can go over because I want to help you out. And I don't want to just be doing stuff up here that's not going to be helpful for anyone. So make sure even if you've never met me in your whole life and you don't even know who I am, you can send me a message with some problems and I will shout you out and I will do those problems with you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And Miss Kaitlyn is cool, y'all. Trust me. You're gonna love her. You're gonna love her.
This is Joni, she knows.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. Well, that's it then, man. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. This is
Sounds good.
nice.
All right.
Yeah.
I will see you on Friday.
Friday. We'll see you back. Thank you, Miss
All right.
Kaitlyn.
Thanks, Miss Joni.
Yeah, y'all. So another great day of success sessions, man. Listen, send y'all packets in. Miss Kaitlyn getting y'all up on grade levels. So send y'all questions in, and she is extremely cool. Like I can't tell y'all how cool Miss Kaitlyn is, and it's just so good to watch her walk through these things and help make sense of this academic stuff. So y'all already know what it is. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success sessions. You want to be successful, it starts here, y'all. So I'll see y'all tomorrow 10 a.m. And what is today, Wednesday? So for people who joining us for Winning Wednesday, I'll see you back here at 6 with Miss England for Winning Wednesdays. All right, y'all. Success sessions. I'll see y'all later.